Tonight we have with us a beautiful Dominican, as we all know her as Tina. And I just want to say good evening to you, Tina. We are live. Good evening to you, Tina. Good evening to you, Tina.
Hi, Cecil.
I love that smile.
Hi. How you doing?
I'm doing great, under the sun. Nice little rain today. But I must say, I'm doing fine. And what
Okay.
about you?
I'm good. So let me tell you, I just want to say how nice it is to be on the show tonight. I'm looking forward to a night full of excitement and fun because it's like just down my alley, the kind of things I like to talk about.
And
Okay? And I thank you, Cecil, and your co-host Hatley for having me on the program tonight.
okay, my
Okay?
co-host hasn't
And
arrived.
hi, Lakou fans,
My,
the
my,
most popular show on DBS Radio.
oh yes, it is a very popular show on the nation station DBS Radio because
I cannot hear you though.
I'm saying as a
Am I
popular.
muted?
No, maybe you are muted. I'm not so sure what's going on. You hear me now? Are you hearing me, Tina? I'm not so sure what's going on. Um, so just hold on a while, Tina. We will definitely get you on. Just see what is happening. We'll see exactly what is happening because you are from a distance.
C'est piti piti qui capelle, ouais, mais tombé. Color de guiave, sanana, tout dit piwan kumango. Et les poils des garçons qui gâchent Vegas, tout ça d'aille. C'est piti ça la capa, jamais bon. Ti piti là, nous les bébés. On dit pas nous toutes ces bagailles, ça la pour que si qu'on. Et à nous gently cause I. C'est piti piti qui t'appelle, ouais, mais domné. Soleil via ta toi, tu la nuit. Si pied qu'à chanter en acier. Et garçon qu'à fouiller wash. Derrière si qui est, tout ça d'aille. C'est piti ça la capa, jamais moi. Si piti là, nous les bébés. Comptez pas nous toutes ces bagailles, ça n'a pour que si qu'on. Et à nous gently cause I. C'est piti piti qui t'appelle, ouais, mais domné. Les fois pour cahier la nuit. Si oui, quand on y est à tout, à tout yo, c'est pour la capture, yo, et puis vous aïe, tout ça d'aille. C'est piti ça la capa, jamais mot. Si piti là, nous les bébés. Bon Dieu, ben nous toutes ces bagailles, ça n'a pour plaisir qu'on nous. Et à nous, gently, cause I. C'est piti
Hello,
piti qui t'appelle, ouais.
guys there?
I'm hearing you, Tina. I'm hearing you, Tina. So 1 minute, Tina will come live. Yes, sorry about that. Yo. Okay, Tina. I'm sure that you are hearing me now. Are you hearing me now, Tina? Are you hearing me now? Are you hearing me now, Tina? Are you hearing me, Tina?
Are you guys there?
Yes, I'm live. I'm hearing you, Tina. I'm hearing you.
I can't hear you.
Okay, my technician is doing his best to ensure that the
I cannot hear you.
my technician is working on it. So just give us 2 minutes. We're working on
Oh,
it to ensure that
okay. I can hear you now.
you can hear me now. Okay,
Yeah.
great. All right, thank
Yeah.
you. And I can depend on my technician for sure to do it for us the right way. And
Yeah.
we are going to be live now.
Okay.
Okay, Tina. So here it is. We are live.
Good.
All right. So you hear me right, Tina?
I'm hearing you.
Loud and
Eh,
clear.
okay. Okay. All right.
All right. So let's see what's going on now. No, so Tina, you're saying that you're happy to be on one of the most popular programs on
Oh,
radio.
yes.
On a Sunday night, everybody tends to look out for the program. It's a very, very, very popular program. Last week, our last guest reached 24,000 people actually
Wow.
were listening and looking at the program last week. Some over 500 people were actually viewing on YouTube. And on Facebook, you had over 24,500. Wow. So I know tonight that, Tina, when you start talking about what you love, which
I
is...
will break the record.
You'll break the record. And Tina, let's start our program now. You look very bubbling, very exciting. Tell us why.
Well, that's the kind of person I am, I'm a positive, easygoing person, lovable. So that's it.
I love that word, lovable, easygoing person. It speaks volume of who you are and speaks volume as to what we're going to be getting tonight from you.
Yeah.
Now, Tina, give us a background of Tina. I know that, I want that background from being a little girl, a small girl, growing up, on Valley Road. Let's start talking.
So, okay, my name is Tina. I grew up on Valley Road. And that house, maybe later on you could flash the house or whatever. It right now it wasn't. The photo I have is in its not so glorious days. The best photos got damaged in Hurricane David. So I live. If you come up from King George V Street and you're coming up on that corner Bath Road into Valley Road, the first lot would be the Convent Prep. The second lot would be the house where I grew up. And the next one would be the lodge. And then the gardens, the Botanical Gardens, or as we call it in our days, the station. So I didn't have the typical Lakou experience. We had our home and we had a very big yard. The yard was bounded with the convent. Then you had the Botanical Gardens to the back and to the other side. So I would say my Lakou was from my yard to the Botanical Gardens. And that is where, I would say from my yard, we would play. It was just an extension.
And I like that you're telling us that you did not have a Lakou. You did have a Lakou. And your Lakou was the Botanical Gardens.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And I can imagine the joy that you would have had in those days in your Lakou.
Yes.
No. Go ahead.
No, we had our little, we don't call it a gang, but our little friends. And these little girls when we were 6 years, 7 years. And we grew up, and most of us grew up as friends. And we played around there. We played skip. We played all the little games you played at school, the little Sally go around the moon, all those kind of things like that. We played, even we did a little rounders when you got a little bigger. And basically, that's it. We just had fun.
But I want to go back a little bit, of you going to school. That's where you lived, right? Growing up as a girl.
That was the house. It was like
Hambrin.
Way back in the 30s called Hambrin.
Yes, Hambrin.
House. Yes, it was a social club in those days.
So you'll get some time because I know the Hambrin, the name resurfaced a second time sometimes in the 80s, 90s, we will talk about that. But I want to go back a bit, as a girl growing up, at a very tender age. Your mom, who was your mom or who is your mom?
Oh, so, okay, I'll go to my grandparents. My grandparents were Mr. and Mrs. Roberts, John Russell Roberts, and his wife, and they had 8 children. And my mother, her name was Renee, and she was in Curacao. So basically, I was conceived in Curacao, born in Dominica. But I really grew up with my grandparents, who I considered more my mom and dad. You know?
So they took you at a very tender age, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and
From the time I was around 9 months,
from the time you were 9 months.
9 months, it was a family house. It was a family house. So my mom came back. She had me. She went back to Curacao. Curacao was the America of those days, you know. And I lived with my grandparents. I was a little pet, spoiled little girl.
Huh. And growing up as a little girl with your grandparents, um, you live in an area, as you said, very close to the Botanic Gardens and also that of the convent. Now, tell us a little bit about you growing up. Was the convent high school, or sorry, the convent prep, is where it was all the time?
No.
Help us
Actually,
about.
where the convent prep is now, all that was kind of really the garden, the little gardens of the nuns. They had a man, Mr. George, working for them, and that was their garden where they had the little mango trees, the guava, and stuff like that. Now, the school itself, the school at that time was way down closer to the street. It was called at that time not convent prep, but the small convent.
It was called small convent.
Convent, yes, It wasn't called convent prep in those days.
And you're saying that the school was closer to Valley Road
Yes,
and
because
on
at
than
one
on Bath
point
Road.
on Valley Road, at
Okay.
one point the gates opened up onto Valley Road, the
That get
gates to
it.
the school,
That get it still
and
there.
and to the smaller section by Miss Garrard would open on the Bath Road area. There was a little gate there you could enter. There wasn't that gate where you have now, the gate where they enter. All that was part of the wall,
So
an
so
extended.
so you lived close to the convent, to the convent prep, or we call it the little school, or the little convent. What
What's
was it?
that?
The little convent.
The little convent. What happened?
That was its name originally. The little convent.
Yes, the small convent.
The small convent. Thank you. No, the small convent and your home were adjacent to each other.
Oh yes,
No,
it was.
go ahead.
It was just a barbed wire across it at the time, a barbed wire.
How big was the school then?
Now the school was a wooden building. It was a long wooden building, and then on either side there was like a veranda, which I think was built in afterwards. Veranda on the side towards Valley Road and to the playground side. There was this long veranda.
Uh huh. And
Uh-huh.
and your home was basically in the Botanic Gardens, we could say.
Yeah, because all our home, my home, the big convent, the small convent, all that years ago used to be part of the Botanic Gardens. It was just one big estate. It was a sugar a sugarcane estate. That whole area.
Oh, you're saying when the convent prep and the convent high school, as we're speaking, you're saying to us that in those days that this was part of the estate.
Yeah, it was when that I'm talking about way back in the 17 something 1800s, eh?
Yes.
That area was it wasn't botanic gardens at the time. It was a sugarcane estate.
Uh huh.
A big estate, right? And it was owned by a gentleman. I read up afterwards named William Davis. He owned Bath Estate, not Elrose and Company. Elrose and Company was later. That name was later, but he owned Bath Estate, and the gardens at that time was considered part of Bath Estate.
Wow. I'm learning that for the first time.
Uh-huh.
The Botanical Gardens was part of Bath Estate, owned by
Yes.
a gentleman.
Yes, it wasn't Botanic Gardens at the time. It was just a sugarcane estate. That's what it was.
Okay. No, no. Let me ask you. The home which I'm going to show, Dominicans. That home that you're talking about, where you raised, was it
Yeah.
part and parcel of the sugar estate property? Would you know?
I don't think so, I think that house was built later. But what was part, I think, of the sugar estate? This house was a big, considered a big house in those days. a big house in those days. We but what was, I think, part of the estate, in our yard, we had an outside kitchen in those days. But the outside kitchen wasn't the regular little outside kitchen you would see people have. It was a long house, a small long house with two doors you could enter. You could even have like a little room or apartment on the side. You understand?
Yes.
So what I think was, I think that the kitchen was part of the estate. You know, at the time, what we had as a kitchen was a little long house. Maybe just a family lived there or two, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And then we had, in our yard, I will tell you, we had very big wagon wheels. So you could see that was part maybe of the sugar cane, the carts they used to have, the sugar cane carts they would have. We have, that must be still around. We also had, you know, those big iron pots you have. They, historically, the people used to use it on the sugarcane plantations to boil the molasses. It's a big iron pot. It's still there, right? So we had that in the yard. Another interesting thing we had there, we had a lot of cannonballs in the yard. Cannonballs. And, you know, I would think that, you know, you had Monbruce at the top with the big cannon, right? So I would think that sometimes some of the spent cannonballs would come down and fall, you know, maybe in different parts of the Botanical Gardens, you know, in our area and whatever.
Yes. No, Tina. I want to get a little bit more of the convent. The convents.
Okay.
I want to get a little bit more. At the
Okay.
time growing up, would you have seen nuns in the area by any chance?
Of course, the nuns used to come from the big school, from the convent up there, where they lived. They would come down, and at 6 o'clock, they would walk in the yard. You know, in those days, the nuns used those big, heavy white coats and their kind of headgear, which was so uncomfortable, I thought. And they would walk, and their big rosaries around their waist, and they would walk around the yard at 6 o'clock doing their little rosary and praying. And so, let me tell you something. My friend and I had a friend who lived across from me. We used to come and we used to wonder whether those nuns had body parts like us, you know.
What? Why
In
you
our,
thought so?
in our little child's mind, you understand? We used to wonder whether the nuns went to the bathroom, you know, because they looked so much like little, you know what I mean, covered up and so sanctimonious. So we just never thought of them as regular people, you know?
No, Tina. So I want to know a little bit more of the school, the convent prep, because it's something historical for us. Having that information from you, is the very first time I'm learning that in the area where the convent school is was part of Botanical Gardens once upon a time, or part of the estate. Part of the
Because
estate.
that all that area, the convent and coming down, that was gifted to the convent, you know, by the Bath Estate gentleman, I think, William Davis or whoever, or I don't know if it's the British government or one of them.
Yes.
You understand?
So the convent, the church would have gotten a gift.
Yes, they give to the Catholic Church with that part, you know.
No. As a girl growing up, small girl, you would have gone to school. What school did you go to?
I went to Miss Burton School, the ever popular Miss Burton School. She was on King George V Street. That was my first school. And, you know, the usual Miss Burton was very, you know, you had the drill. There are certain things we learned. The school was actually Sacred Heart School. But everybody knows it as Miss Burton School, you know? So there comes a time when the Sacred Heart thing came on, the Feast of Sacred Heart. We had to sing all the Sacred Heart song, you know? Sweet heart of Jesus, fount of love and mercy. And the thing is now, we were little children, we don't know all the words, you know. So all we're going is, sweetheart of Jesus, fount of love and mercy, to thee with a so we don't know the words, but we have to open our mouth and sing, or we'll get a little knuckles hit by Miss Burton. So we just had to go along and sing the little sweetheart of Jesus,
So while you were a child going to Miss Burton's school, and that school would have been on King George V Street.
Yes, King George V Street, like if you leave my home, there would be, you go to the corner of the road, then you meet Bath Road. So there was this big building, it used to be Harrow Agencies, and then and you had the little path going to Lakou.
Orange. Yes.
Yes. You had one other, and that is the first Lakou from our home, because around our area and and Boyd's Avenue to the back, there were no Lakous,
Yes.
But Lakou Orange was the first one. So after that, there was another house, and then Miss Burton's house, and that was where at one point Dr. Martin Serendo had his eye classes center. He was an
so
eye doctor.
We're talking now where the REM is actually located, where the REM is.
No.
Oh, there?
The REMS was Jesse Garway.
Oh, Jesse was lower down.
Yes, lower down.
Okay. Before. Okay, I have an idea. Right after the magistrate, Gloria's home.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, that's where Dr. Martin used to be. That's correct. Yeah.
Yes.
And as a girl going to Miss Burton's school, outside of this song, what else would you have remembered?
Oh my goodness, Miss Burton had us. Miss Burton, long ago, you see the same small convent I'm talking about?
Yes.
Years ago, before she had her school, she worked with, she taught at a small convent. And she did them, and in those days, the nuns at the convent had what is called the Montessori program. A lot of people talking now about Montessori, which as though is a new thing in Dominica. But in Miss Burton's time, this is what was taught at the convent and whatever. And she brought that system over to her school. Now, here's a little historical part. Before Miss Burton had that school, Mrs. Cordero.
Yes.
She had that school. That was her school. That is before she was married, before I was born, before she had the school. They used to call her Sissy Boyd. So even when I was going to the school, I'd hear people talking about Sissy Boyd school, Sissy Boyd, and I was wondering what they were talking about. Then I got to learn that she had a school, and then when she went overseas to Trinidad and Venezuela, Miss Burton carried on the school, and Mrs. Cordero was she got married overseas, had her children. Later on, she came back to Dominica, and then her three youngest children attended school together with me at Miss Burton's school, that same school. Simone and the two boys, Eddie and Tony.
No. Cheryl Laffo said, "Congratulations, Tina. I remember when you did the first television interview and you graced it with a Hawaiian attire with such class. This was classic. You remember that?"
Yeah, Cheryl remember that. Oh my goodness, she was working at mapping at the time, and she was a photographer or something. So, and Cheryl always comments about that. Yes, it was a real nice program.
Why not Jones is looking and listening. Joan, Rosalind, Sevre, Macklin is also looking in. Julian, Alfred is also tuned in, and Caesarina Elwin Augustus, she said, "I thought it was a gentleman named Mr. Baffestate, and the estate was named after him." Normally that would have happened before. You name your house after you, Mr. Joseph or Mr. Cecil House.
No, it was Mr. Bath. It was Mr. Davies that was there.
Audrey Detu said that, "Tina, nice seeing after many years. Welcome that the Tina we knew on the highway. Enjoy your stay, Mr. Joseph. We allow her to give her full story. Okay, tonight. Lovely, always, Tina.
No,
Wow, Tina.
thank
So
you.
they asked me
Thank
to
you.
make sure that I allow you to give your entire story. Sharon Bellot is watching. Rennick Thomas is watching. Wynant
Oh, hi,
Jones says,
Renee.
Jones said there was a wooden building in the yard closer to the Valley Road before the big building was built, and the wooden one was demoralized.
That's what I was talking about. Yes. Uh-huh.
All right.
No, that wooden building. Can I retract a bit and we go
Yes.
back to where we left
Yes.
off?
Yes.
You remember I said that our kitchen was like a little longhouse.
Yes.
Now, when I think of all the historical things, and when you're younger, you don't really think of those things. But as you get bigger and you put two and two together and you look at how estates were run, I'm looking at the convent, the small convent as they call it, that long wooden building. And remember, I told you all that was part of the plantation.
Yes.
It was gifted to the Catholic Church afterwards. So I'm looking at that long building, and in my mind, I'm saying that small convent must have been a long building. You know what is a long house?
Yes.
For when you have
Yes.
plantations.
Yes.
And apparently, what they did was they added on the verandas to the both sides. You understand? Because if I just don't have a picture of that. We used to have pictures,
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at that thing, it was a long building. It wasn't like going across. It was just long from the end of my house to the other end, closer to Bath Road.
Oh,
So that's how plantation workers years ago.
So the person said that there was a wooden building in the yard closer to the Valley Road before the bigger building was built, and then the wooden one was demolished.
Yes.
Lee Lander is watching. Lauren Benoit says Miss Burton School was also my first school. You know Lauren for sure. Carol Thomas, Tina Bell, I am locked in. Corinne. Cora Elwin Shillingford. Great, Tina, you bring back such great memories.
Cora was at Miss Burton School with me,
Wow.
Co, we call it Co. So Co is Faye Elwin, that is Auntie Martha's wife's sister,
Mm-hmm.
So it was, when we went to school, I can tell you some of the names. I went to school with people like, maybe Co could also help me. I remember Ivor Roll, we had Faye and Co. Their little brother Freddie was there, but he was much younger than us.
Who's Faye?
Auntie Martha's wife.
Okay.
Yes. And then that is Cora Elwin Shillingford's sister. She just was on there. Then you had people like Carl Hyson, you had people like Martha Defoe, you had the Cordero children, Mrs. Cordero's children, you had the Francis Emmanuel and his younger siblings, and you had Francis Emmanuel and his younger siblings, you had their cousins, Lucia and Lenny, the bigger one after Lucia. You had also my cousins, Frances Rock and Dennis, Casimir, Joseph. We had a lot of Cornell Butler. You had Michael and Albert Astafan, but they were younger,
You're calling those names there. And I can imagine people saying, "Boy, Tina must have been part of the elite class."
Well, what should I say? My grandfather was kind of really elitish, My grandparents were kind of the way I grew up really was really special, I should say, Yeah.
Okay, Juliana Boston says Lakou Zoang. So she correctly she said it's not orange, it's Zoang.
Zoang and orange. Yeah. And
she said that's a yard.
Yes, and Juliana would know that a lot of the people there, they originated from around Wharton, Waven, and Mount Prosper.
You mean the people in that area there?
A lot of the original people. That's where they were from.
Okay.
Because when they would come down with their donkeys and their things, and their thing for the market, so that's where they would go to in that yard and have their stuff put there.
So you're saying
Yeah.
that many of the people in that yard, their family originated from Trafalgar,
Yeah.
Mount Prospect area.
Juliana can attest to that. A lot of
Okay.
them
I'm sure
had
Juliana will
family
tell us
there.
something. Renick Thomas said, yes, Tina, it's still standing tall alongside the old house of roof. Home to Mr. Baffett and Sir Ashiel. Who's Sir Ashiel? Your grandfather? Your uncle? Ashley. Your grandfather?
Oh, Ashley was my uncle. He was one of my
okay.
grandparents' eight children.
Yeah,
Eight children.
and he
Yeah.
said soft voice, Roberts.
Okay.
Sergeant in the DDF, which is the Dominica Defense Force
Yeah.
of Dominica. Wow. So we're getting some information as we're going along, you know.
Yeah.
Someone said that's Grace Austri. Hi Tina, it's so nice seeing you. I'm listening.
Oh, my schoolmate. Hi, Grace.
So now let's go back a bit now. After talking to all of these people there, let's go back a bit. So you went to Miss Burton's school and you talk about that yard ouage. You had to pass through that zouage yard to get to Virgin Lane.
Yes, you could go through it to go to Virgin Lane.
Why would you have to pass there and you not pass on Bath Road?
Well, the thing is, let me tell you something, Cecil. My parents didn't want us to go through the Lakous. If you had to go to Virgin Lane, you'd have to go up Bath Road and go down Virgin Lane, right? But you know me, I always wanted to I wanted to know what was there. So sometimes I would go through there. For instance, if I would go to Virgin Lane, sometimes I would, you know, Zabo. Zabo used to be on Virgin Lane, you know.
Yes, Zabo, the shop owner.
Yes.
Yes, she used to be on Virgin Lane,
And
yes.
Davina. She had
Davina.
Davina.
Davina lived in Virgin Lane too, Zabo?
Huh?
Davina lived with Zabo on Virgin Lane?
Yes. Of course, I know Davina's mother. She also lived on Virgin Lane. And Zabo and Iris.
Yes.
Iris lived with Zabo.
Uh-huh.
I know all these people from Zabo. So Zabo used to sell the most red frozen joys for a me and a penny. So sometimes we'd go there and buy a little frozen joys, came up that step, and that frozen joys would stay in your mouth. You know, I don't know what she used to take to make the frozen joys with, the red frozen joys.
Yeah. No, Tina. You went to school, you also went to church. Were you a Catholic? Or are you a Catholic?
No, I was a Methodist. My grandfather was a Proto Methodist. He was a Proto Methodist. You know? My grandmother used to be a Catholic, but converted over with him, I guess, when they had their family and the children. You know, I guess maybe the men had the say in those days, right? So I grew up a Methodist.
No, growing up as a girl, some weeks ago I had Johnny Henry with me, and Johnny was talking about his home. What do you know of that home?
Oh, I know that when I was a child, I'm talking about 9 years. Like I would be walking to church with my grandparents, 8, 9, even maybe 10 and stuff. I remember the Coffees used to live there, Val Coffee's parents. You know, they lived in that very same house, I think, that Johnny lived in. Ma Henry lived in. Ma Jim.
So you're saying where Ma Jim lived, or where the Henrys are now, you're saying that Val Coffee parents lived there?
Yes, Val wasn't born as yet, you know. I don't think Val was born as yet. But the others were there.
His other siblings lived in that same house.
Yeah.
But I would like Val to give us a call later on to give us some story about that house, boy. What he knows about that house. Because Johnny had so much to say about that house. No.
Yeah.
You said that you said that your grandparents were, your grandfather in particular was a Proto Methodist.
Yeah.
In those days, the British themselves were, it was called the Church of England?
Well, the Anglican Church was the Church of England.
The Church was the Church of England.
The Protestant Church, the Methodist and the Anglican. The Anglican is the one closer to Fort Young.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah,
Now, tell us a little bit about you and church in the Methodist Church.
So, went to church. I told you my grandfather's a bido. He was like an officer in the church and all that. He was big time guy in the church. We had our own pew. You know, in those days you had to pay for your pews. So we had
So
our own.
hold on. You're going too fast. The Catholic Church, I remember speaking to Alex Boyd Knight here, and she told me that they had to pay for their pew. Now you're saying to me that your parents also had to pay for the pew.
Yeah, we had a family pew, right? And you had to pay for that. And they say, I don't know, I guess maybe they made a yearly contribution. I don't know, but I know they had to pay for the pews.
And if one Sunday you come to church and someone is in it, what happens?
Well, at the time, really, nobody would go into your pew, you know. You know, it would have to be overpowering like those times, like Christmas and Easter and harvest and things like that. And maybe they would ask if they could sit by you, you know, and you'd kindly let them, you know, go down to the end or something. So, but your family sat in your pew.
Okay.
Primarily.
So if your family had more than 7 people, you buy 2. You pay for 2.
If they were
2 benches, right? If you had more than 7 people going to church, you would have a pew of a couple of pews.
But how the pews were, you know, you had the long bench, and then like there was a separation, like maybe a handrest, whatever you call it, on it there. So you paid for the whole. Remember, my grandparents had 8 children, you know, right?
Yes.
So that whole thing would take a man, his wife, and 8 children.
Right, that's 10
people.
Wow.
You know? 10 people, you know?
No, Tina. Tell us a little bit more of church, your involvement in church as a girl growing up yourself.
Oh, as a little girl, I was always I used to be a little shy girl, you know. But at the same time, I was always involved in a lot of activities in the church. They made me very involved in activities. So when we would have Easter and Christmas, and we had what was called harvest, it's like a Thanksgiving thing where people would bring their fruits and everything like that. So they would have for the Sunday school cantata in the afternoons. And I would always be reciting. I would always be saying a little recitation, a little something, you know? So I was very much involved as a kid in the church, growing up, you know, and whatever.
No, Tina. Cecilia Dorset said that my name is Cecilia, but it's called Cici back in those days. They called... They would call me Cici Codera. Now I know why they. Now I know where
they
the
call
name
her
came
Cici,
from.
short for Cecilia.
Yes. She say now I know where the name came from. So you would have known you would have known Cecilia yourself? No?
Cecilia?
Yes.
Well, Cici Cordero, maybe her other name was Cecilia too, but her name was Mabel Cordero.
Oh, okay.
Mabel Boyd and Mabel Cordero. You know Mabel Cordero, Mrs. Cordero, who is a legend who wrote all these songs about
the traditional songs. Yes. No, Noreen Joseph says that she's watching.
Hi, Noreen. Of course, Noreen is another icon.
Yes. Goldie said, good evening to all. I'm listening. No, let's go back home now.
Yeah.
Your home or the house had done how many bedrooms you said?
We had 4 bedrooms. We had a very big bedroom. Let me tell you how our house was. If you look at the picture, the 2 first windows would be the sitting room area. So it's a long.
Which are the 2 first windows? The one closer to the step? To the entrance?
Yes, closer to the convent side there.
Yes, okay.
The 2 first windows would be the sitting room. We had a polished floor. So we had one of those polished floors. We had a big piano in the sitting room because my grandfather had some of his children did music, the others played by ear. And from the sitting room would be the dining room. We had a big dining table. Of course, could sit 8 people because my grandparents had a big family, right? On the side of the closer to where the convent prep, the small convent would be, was a bedroom, but that was a boy's bedroom. So by the other two, on the other side of the dining room was another bedroom. So where the other two windows are going away, like from me, would be on the left side.
So which means going east.
Yes, going
east of the
east.
house.
That was a big bedroom that was there, about the size of the sitting room. And at the back of it was another bedroom. Later on, that big bedroom up front, we sort of separated it into two, and then there was still space for a corridor in between. So there was enough space there.
No, Tina. Normally in those days when houses like that would be built, you would find that an oven would have been part and parcel, especially this type of people, this kind of Guanja people in Roso. They would have had their own oven. Would you all have had one by any chance?
Okay, let me tell you what we had in our yard. When I grew up, I don't think my other cousins would remember that, because by that time maybe it had broken up. Remember I told you our kitchen was actually must have been a longhouse where a family stayed from the estate. Now at the back of it must have been now a kitchen, and there was on that in that kitchen like an oven, and I would compare it. I would tell people, if you want to know what it looked like, at the Winsky House, the labor
Quarters.
headquarters. If you look at the wall at the back, you will see like a fireplace, or it could be like you could cook on the top, you could have your what they call it, bake at the bottom, and then it had something like a chimney. So that was part of maybe what used to be a kitchen there. And it could be true that on the plantation, when it was a sugar plantation, the people would do their own little thing, their bakings and thing there. But it came with the property because it disintegrated after a while, maybe when the other building that was there around it broke.
No, Tina. Cecilia Phillips. She says
Phipps.
Ashley. That
Was her
was my
father.
father.
Is
That's
a-
your cousin.
uh-huh.
That's your cousin.
Yes,
Okay, she's in Dominica.
No, she is in New Jersey.
Oh, she's in New Jersey. And also Juliana Boston said Tina is right. Most of the people in the Lakou Zone originated from the valley, particularly Mont Prosper and
Yeah.
Wharton Waven. So you're very correct.
Yeah.
Cleo Watt says that she's watching. No, Tina. Let's talk about the house where you lived.
Yeah.
You said that it was an estate house, right? That's what you said.
No, the thing is, I'm not sure if the house was an estate house. The house may have been built after, but who knows? I don't know. No. Remember, all that was part of the gardens.
Yes.
You understand? So
Yes.
maybe the long house at the back would have been part of the garden, but maybe that house was built early in the 1900s.
Yes. So
Right.
you have no history as to at what time your grandfather would have purchased that place.
Yes, he purchased it in the 1930s,
Okay, in the
early
1950s.
1930s.
By that time, you had the Botanical Gardens.
Yes.
Okay, so he would have definitely purchased it from the owner of the estate.
Apparently, no, the thing is, Cecil, I am such a person into historical things, but there are some things you take for granted, and sometimes you say you wish you had asked questions. I wish I'd asked plenty questions about who was it. Well, I knew, remember, before my grandfather had it, it used to be a social club called Hambrin,
Yes.
right? And and Dr. Green had written an article once, and he talked about the elites of Roso used to indulge in whatever in the place. I'm wondering what that meant,
I suspect I
I
suspect.
suspect it's something, at the club,
Fixing
No,
clubs.
yeah, another thing they used to say is that, and that one, I'm not sure if it's true, but more than one person told me that at the back of the house there in the big yard, that was where the first tennis court was, before they had the tennis court up on um High
Up on
Street.
High Street. You're saying where the little convent was, that's where the court was?
No, no, at the back of my
Or at the
house.
back of your house? Wow.
Yeah, but that was long before I was born, and that was maybe since in the Hambring days when the elites used to have that place. You understand?
Yes.
Used to socialize there. So I always said that there was a tennis court at the back. It was the first they had. It was a small tennis court,
But
apparently.
you didn't meet it?
I didn't meet it. I didn't
Okay.
meet it.
No, Tina.
Mm-hmm.
Botanic Gardens. Tell us a little bit about the Botanic Gardens. You residing in the Botanic Gardens, basically.
Yes, to me, the Botanic Gardens was home. You could just walk across from my yard. They used to have a barbed wire, as I said, on the convent side and on the garden side. It's a barbed wire that separated it. But the barbed wire is over time, kind of burst, break, the bother. And you just walk across it as part of the yard. As a matter of fact, when they used to have cricket tournament, a lot of people used to run through our yard and run through that open thing and stowaway to go to see the cricket games. You know?
Yes.
It
But
was a stowaway pot for a lot of the people.
no, no,
So,
no. Go ahead.
no, tell
No,
me.
no,
Go
no,
ahead.
Tina. In that area of your home,
Mhm.
I think I want to come back to the nuns.
Yes.
You told me some time ago that the nun themselves, they would come by you all to get a lot of breadfruits.
Oh,
Help
yes.
us to have a
Let
better
me tell you,
understanding.
our yard had a lot of trees. We had tamaway dezen, guava, mango, fig, well, green bananas, pawpaw, soursop, um, kenip, and breadfruit, zabuka. We had that in the yard. But the nuns now, those nuns, they seem to have loved the breadfruit. They seem to have loved the breadfruit. So, it was those Belgium nuns with the heavy accent. They used to come, Mrs. Sister Roberts, Mrs. Sister Roberts, Mrs. Sister Roberts. Oh my goodness. When the breadfruits are ready, don't forget us. You could always call Mr. George and give him our breadfruits and our candies. Don't forget us, Mrs. Roberts. The heavy Belgium accents. That is all.
Mhm.
So she would always have to save, when people came to pick breadfruits for us, she always had to save breadfruits for the nuns. They used to love that.
And that would give you access to go to the convent.
Well, of course, they used to say to my grandmother, Mrs. Roberts, when your little girl is ready to come to school, just bring her over. Just jump over. Just bring her over. So I could easily go to the small convent. But my grandfather, I told you, was a Poto Methodist. My grandfather was also on the board of directors of the Wesley High School at the time. Now, at the time, after I left Miss Burton's school, the Wesley High School at that time used to have a, a prep section called Wesley High School Prep, and it was at the Emory Schoolroom. The Emory Schoolroom used to be, the Emory Schoolroom, the building belonged to the Anglican Church. And the Methodists, I guess, rented it from them. So that was another little elite school too, I will tell you. The Emory Schoolroom, well, the Emory was named after Dr. Emory. One of the wards at the hospital is named after him. So at the Emory Schoolroom, you would find a lot of the children. Remember, the Anglican Church, that building belonged to them. And the Anglican Church was the Queen's Church.
Hold on,
Now,
hold on,
who's
hold
the
on, hold on.
Church?
You're saying the Anglican Church, the Wesley High School belong to the Anglican Church. That what you're
No,
saying?
no. The Wesley High School belonged to the Methodist Church.
Okay.
The little prep school they had, not it was in Turkey Lane. It was part of the Anglican Church. You see on Turkey Lane where the entrance of the Electoral Commission, I think that is
That's Jewel Street.
Jewel Street, yes.
Yes.
Because it used to be a dead end, but I think they broke the wall because of the entrance to the electoral thing. I'm not
Yes.
too familiar with it now, but
Yes.
anyway. But so we used to go to the Emory schoolroom, and because the Emory schoolroom belonged to the Anglican Church, which was the Queen's Church, and in those days, the people who came to work in the big companies in Dominica were from England and they attended the Anglican Church. So you'd have the people, the manager of CDC in those days, Cable and Wireless, Barclays Bank. You had the administrator, because at the Emory School, we just used to go into the yard of the administrator. There was just a little gate. There was no restrictions, in those days. So we had these children attending school. So some of the students who attended school, you had Reggie Book that just passed there. He attended with me. We were, I think, we're in the same class. You had Daniel Green had some of his children there. We had some Bellots. We also had some children who lived at Goodwill, Upper Goodwill there, the Roberts. They were younger children. You had Cora Richards and quite a few other children. So we were in the prep section. No, when naturally I was transferred, you never sat common entrance. If you went to the prep in those days, you never sat common entrance. You were just promoted from the highest prep to the first form, right? So when I went to the first form now, we had some of us girls from Roso there, but you also had, at that time, because up north, Marigot had they were primarily Methodists, a lot of the children used to come down to school. So, we had this children at school.
Okay, nice
And
history.
a lot of the children from the north at the school. Mm-hmm.
I like that. So you had a lot of children from Portsmouth and Marigot coming to school in those days. In the Wesley High School. And the Wesley High School now is only for girls. In those days, Wesley High School was for boys and girls.
No. In the prep section, like the prep convent, it was for girls and boys.
Okay.
You understand?
Yes.
But when you reach high school, it was girls only.
Oh, girls only. All right.
Yeah.
So now let's go back to the Botanic Gardens. So here it is. You your backyard is the Botanic Gardens. You had all of the various trees or the fruit trees in the Botanic Gardens. How your life was, having all of those fruit trees in your backyard. Your friends came and meet you. What did you all do?
What did we do?
Yes, what did you all do?
We did fruits.
No, not just the fruits. I mean, your backyard. Your backyard.
We played. But as I said, when the other friends would come, we'd play in the gardens. By where the health center was, where the
old school.
One time, mixed school was there.
Yes.
The school was there.
Yes.
Roso Infant, I think.
Yes.
They had, but it was all empty at that time. It was all gardens at that time. So we would play there. You know what I mean? At some of my friends, like we had like Jean Dixon. She was a netball player. Another girl. We had a girl called Frances Barron. She was Frank Barron's daughter. She's in England now. Jean is in the States. There's another girl called Elizabeth. There were other girls. But, people around our age group, we would be playing around there and maybe one or two other children would join us if we're playing skip or anything around there.
No, but you would live a life like every other young person in the Botanic Gardens. 45 step, Jack's walk. What was it like for you?
So let me tell you. No, I also had another friend across the road from me. Her name was Sonia. She's a couple of years, Sonia Hart. That's another historical thing I have to tell you. She was a couple years older than me, but we grew up together. We were like, to me, she was my first playmate. She was the niece of Van Til Fagan, who had Bello factory, because Van Til lived across the road from me.
Are you serious? Van Til once upon a time lived on Valley Road?
Yes, that's where his mother lived, and that's where I'm thinking he lived there. He lived across the road from me, right? And before he got married, when he got married, he lived on Boyds Avenue, and then he went up to Goodwill, and then he went up to the States. Yeah.
So you're
Yeah.
saying you're telling us some of the 45 steps and Jack's walks.
Yes. So when we were little, when we were children, I'm talking about 10 years, 9 years, it is, we played around the garden because we were not allowed to go further than a certain part of the gardens where I guess your people could see you, and unless we had an adult with us, right? But when we got bigger, like 12, 13 on Sunday afternoons, we would go to gardens, you're bigger now, so you have your friends, you 14 years, whatever. So when you go up to the gardens, let me tell you, our Facebook in those days, they had a tree in the gardens. It was a cactus tree. And fellas used to write things on it. Joan Keys Jack, Mary loves Joe. So we used to go and read all the latest on it, right? On the
What
cactus.
you wrote?
No, man, I wasn't thinking of boyfriend at the time. I was still like 12 years and things so. So our friends now, what we would do, remember, our people tell us if we go to gardens, we're around gardens area, right? Around by the gazebo there, they used to have a little fountain with an iron fountain in it, not the present gazebo that is there. So you know what we would do? We would run race. Look at the gardens here, yes. Would run race up to Jack's Walk to see who could reach Jack's Walk the quickest. Run up, go up to the cross, look down at Roso, and come down, walk down. And whatever little things we get on the side, we pick, little fruits or little things they had in the gardens, right? And then your parents don't know you there, But again, those days it was safe. You could go up and it was like a gang of us going up. Then we would go sometimes to the back of the gardens where they had fruit trees. They had lychees. They had grapefruit and those bigger things. They also had what we call carambola, but in those days they call it colombo. It was very sour, right? And we used to go on that. And then Mr. Tally was the guy, and one day he caught my friends on the tree, and some of us at the bottom. And that was a scary moment because he had a little notepad in his hand, and he said, "I want your names. Give me your names because I'm going to the police station and I'm going to tell your people." And the thing is that Mr. Tally knew my face because every time he would come down from the gardens, he would be talking to my grandfather under the window. And I was so afraid he would tell him that I was stealing fruits at the gardens, But I don't think the poor man, he never did. He just scared us.
You have been speaking quite a lot of your grandfather, but you haven't said much about your grandfather and your grandmother.
My grandmother, my grandfather, yes, they were the influences in my life, and my grandfather and my grandmother.
So who was your grandfather? Tell us about him.
My grandfather, his name was John Russell Roberts. My grandfather came down, my grandfather, that's on my mother's side, maternal side, was from Margaret, came down to Roso as a very young man. And that man was such a determined man, self-made man, that said he had to make himself, somebody. He was a smart man apparently, because in those days, I'm to say maybe if you were out in the country, they never went to high school, but he reached 7th standard in those days, came down. He was first a sales representative for singer in those days. Used to have, it wasn't the pedal machine, it was the hand machines. And he used to be a salesperson for Singer at first. I think, if I'm not too sure, it's Frank Barron's father who was the agent, A.A. Barron. So my grandfather was a salesman there. But when I knew myself, when I was born and I knew, he worked with the telephone department. The telephone department, there was cable and wireless was only for cables and telegrams in those days. But the telephone department, they did the telephones, they had the people in the office, they had the linesmen and stuff. And he was what you call the wage, he did the wages for the workers. and he worked there till he retired
That location was where?
at the city council, where the city council is now.
Where the city council is. That's where the Cayman Wireless building was.
No, that is where the telephone department
Telephone
was.
department was.
It's only years after Cable and Wireless took on telephones.
Oh, that was belonging to government, or
Yes, it was belonging to government.
okay, and your grandmother now.
My grandmother was a stay-home wife, a stay-home housewife. My grandfather never allowed my grandmother to work. You know what I mean? She stayed home. Sometimes she had a helper, And
No,
then,
the surname Bell sounds very British.
uh-huh.
Help me to have an understanding as to where the origin of that
That's
surname.
the other side of me, my paternal side. The bells, people would say you connect them. Once you hear bell, you connect them to Girodel, right? To Girodel. So the bells who came down to Dominica way back in the 17th something, it was a guy named Thomas Bell and a brother. They came to Dominica and they bought an estate and they named it Eggleston because they lived in a place in England called Eccleston. So the name up there, Eggleston. So they had Eggleston and what is called Durham Estate somewhere up in the Girodale thing there. They had that. And of course, they had their workers on the estate. And of course, you know how it was in those days. They had kids with maybe the workers. And that is where our generation came from, those bells. Yes. And then they had the extension to Girodel. So you hear Bell and you think, so that Thomas Bell, we're mute again,
No, I was talking to somebody else.
Okay.
Yeah, so go ahead. So
That Thomas Bell had children, and I think my father's grandfather would have been his son. He also had, the Alfreds at Girodel. The Alfreds at Girodel
yes.
work either the father, the grandfather was or the great grandfather, but it's a close relationship. You understand? They also had a sister. Her name was Mary Bell, and she went down to the Portsmouth Cottage area and she bought an estate. And she had people working on her estate. She had no children, but the people who worked with her, they took her surname, but you know what? They added a E to the Bell. So you find a lot of people from Cottage, Portsmouth, that area there, Clifton, they have the surname Bell. But it's not their original surname. It's because their forefathers took on her surname and added an E to it.
Oh. But it's from that same lineage.
Yes.
So it's important to note that. It's very important to note that.
They are not really related to us, but they just took the surname of the estate owner, Mary Bell.
Mary Bell. And Mary Bell came from Eggleston.
She came from the Girodel clan, Eggleston Girodel clan.
Okay.
You understand? Because the Bells then moved to Girodel from the Eggleston area. But that's another history that maybe more the Bells, my sister Sandra Bell Larrock, Sandra will be able to give you more history on that. and my brother Thomas.
Thomas.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good night, Tina.
Hi.
That's the brain.
Oh, hi. Okay. We have to touch on brain, because we have to touch when I was in the civil service, right?
Hold on, brain. I'm not getting you well. I'm sure the viewers want to see you.
Yeah, I can see him.
So yeah, but he's half of his face. No.
He's a little to the corner.
Too much to the
Move more?
Yeah, move to the yes.
And I'm going to the corner too.
Yeah.
Yes. You can still move again, brain. Yes, and just shift your mic too. Yes, it's better. Yes, better.
Better.
No, you're going. You
No,
can't
the
think too
camera-
much.
the camera.
No. Put yourself to the camera, brain. Yes. All right. Yes. Go
Right.
ahead.
No, the bells. Very interesting. When I worked in Girardel as a deputy principal, I met the bell. There was a black bell. And I also worked with a bell who is now occupying the building, that building in the gardens. That big structure.
See, that's another building in the gardens. Yes. That's my sister's and whatever.
Right. She's still there in that building, that wooden building
Yes,
there.
yes. You see, we're all, whether it's on my mother's side or on my father's side, all the homes where we lived in were part of the gardens.
Right, that's a beautiful building there. There's a lot
Yes.
of sweet lime there. I can
Yes.
still see the bathroom in the yard.
Yes,
And,
yes.
She worked with me.
Really?
She worked with me as a teacher, and so I know her very, very well.
She's my
when I was
sister.
when I was in Girardel, working as a teacher for many years, so I know
Yeah.
her very well, and I know the building. She's now retired.
Yeah.
No, some people also, you know, Cohen Braffett is your cousin?
Cohen is my cousin. We lived. Cohen is my cousin. We lived in the same house because remember, at one point, I was the only grandchild. After all the children had moved out of the house, married, gone overseas, and whatever, I was the only grandchild in the house with my grandparents. Then afterwards, I had an aunt. Her husband. She got married young, maybe around 19, and by 19, 20, and by the time she was 22, she was a widow. And then she came back home with her daughter, Frances. And then afterwards now, when she got married again, she had Cohen and Gail. You know, these are my cousins. We lived in the same house.
But I can consider the Bells without reservation as what I would say a part of the bourgeoisies.
They were the bourgeoisies of Girardel.
Yeah, the bourgeoisies.
Let me tell you, they were the bourgeoisies of Girardel because in those days, these people had these people would have even a butler, a yard boy. I would think is a butler. You know, they would have their horses, so he would be the groom to groom the horses and things like that. You know, they were what was considered the bourgeoisie of Girardel. You know?
So Tina, you came from on the both side of the family. Very fortunate enough. Tell us what a breakfast like in the morning would have been.
In the what?
A breakfast. What would it be like in the morning? Your breakfast.
Oh, in the morning breakfast would have the usual. My grandfather used to like red rose tea. You know, red rose tea.
English.
Yes, It used to come in the not the tea bags, you know, the little leaves in the silver package or so, right? Actually, I still have a teapot with me here up here in Florida that he used to have his tea from, right? So he would like his red rose tea. So I think I had a lot of red rose tea too. So he would have his tea in morning, and in the afternoon, these people made a habit to have their tea in the afternoon. But for breakfast, we would have bread. You remember they used to sell the penny bread and those loaves, right? So we'd have our bread and eggs, you couldn't just go and buy eggs like how you go to the supermarket and buy a dozen eggs. You understand? So we used to have a few, because we live in the gardens, we used to have some fowls, and they used to roost in the trees. But they would always be laying. And once my grandmother would hear, she would go and look for where the fowl came from and get the eggs. So we would have an egg for breakfast. No, the thing is, when she would fry the eggs and stuff, and then when eggs were scarce, we would get a big omelette and share, put in our bread and things. So with our cup of tea, cocoa or green tea or whatever we had, you know, or our oats, you know, we would have our stuff like that.
So people like you didn't drink flower pop?
I never drank flower pop. I didn't even know it had a thing called flower pop. It's only later I got to know what flower pop were.
So what about oats?
Yes, we drank oats.
Cornmeal?
Yes.
What about lime leaf?
Yes, sometimes because we had lime trees in the yard, so my grandmother would make lime leaf tea.
So what about fish?
Oh, but in my time, every day you ate fish. Sunday, you only eat meat on Sundays. Well, for me, and then on Saturdays, sometimes they got in some beef. They would make a soup with the beef, right? But we ate we had a good soup and stuff. They used to put barley in the soup. I remember that, and macaroni, things like that. So we have that. But in the week, you ate fish. Let me tell you, every day the fishmongers pass with fish. So you had your fish to eat. And let me tell you, when you see it's Coolio time, and those fishmongers used to beg people to buy fish, Let me tell you, you used to have fish for lunch. Whether it's kubuyo, whether it's broth, whether it's fried, it's Coolio you're having. Nighttime, Coolio for dinner. Whether it's fried with a little onion. In the morning, Coolio for breakfast with something with what they fry overnight. Because it's Coolio that was in style until Coolio finished. You understand? Because it was Coolio. Now we don't even get Jacks again. We don't get Coolio again in Dominica much.
What about
Then it was allow. Now let me tell you a thing my grandmother used to do. You remember the element was talking about when they roasted fish or something, and they used to make a sauce called hop sauce, not hot sauce.
Yeah.
Hop sauce.
Yes.
My grandmother used to do that very nicely.
Your grandmother from La Plaine, man.
My grandmother's from La Plaine.
That's where the story came from.
Yeah, she came down to as a young girl and never went back up because she got married young. Right? Came down through the lake. So there was a man they called Mal. He used to make hand grills and things, those kind of things like that. Mal, he had like a crooked leg. He was a tinsmith or something. And
Mal or Muzi? Mal or Muzi?
Muzi?
Not Muzi. Muzi used to make it, but Mal.
Okay.
Mal, I remember Mal used to do it. And then she would put that grill on top because remember I told you in our longhouse they had built a fireplace afterwards inside of it. A big fireplace, so it had all the little holes you could put your pots on, like cold pot, and they had a thing at the bottom like an oven and stuff. So they had built that afterwards. So they would put some stones to elevate the thing on the fireplace, put the grill on it. She used to put cooking butter, pass it. I remember that so good. Pass it on the grill, and like balawa especially when you she used to think and roast it on that. So that was long time barbecue fish. We didn't know it was barbecue, but it's roasted. And she used to make the nicest sauce to put on it, the hop sauce.
Mm-hmm.
With the lime, the onion, the garlic, and in our yard I thought it was big. So we had side. We had side.
So when you heard Elements speaking of it, what did you say then?
I said, oh my goodness. My goodness, if I'm ever on the show, I'm going to talk about that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And here I am to talk about the same thing.
Yes.
Right? I say, oh my goodness, that sauce used to be that. It was like a pickle thing, You pour over the fish and you eat that. Oh my goodness, that was the nicest thing ever.
So it's only La Plaine alone that know to do that? Only La Plaine alone that know to do that?
Most people from La Plaine, that's what they do. That hop sauce. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No. Someone says, Loftus Bell, peace and blessings, and good evening to all, hosts and guests, watching afar. It's a pleasure to be here this evening for another informative and engaging episode. You know Loftus Bell?
No.
Okay.
Could be a relative,
Maybe. Bell, as you said, two brothers came from England, so he has to be relative. Julian in Boston again says that that was one of the sweetest Kenip.
Oh, what Kenip in the tree in the yard? We had Kenip trees in the yard there.
Marlene Holmes said hi, Auntie Tina.
Yeah.
Marilyn Holmes.
Marilyn, that's Johnny's sister.
Yes, I'm listening. I know you have lots to share about your Lakou.
They call me auntie. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anglican
Church ground was the Emery Hall.
Yeah.
Do that is what it was. There used to be There used to person didn't write properly, so I'm not going to repeat. All right, Shirley Pond, Tina, I'm listening.
Yeah.
Rosamond Thomas. Hi Tina, nice hearing you on the program. So that's quite a number of persons who know you, man. Noreen Joseph said the uniform for the Wesley High School was blue, kimono, and yellow sash. Wow.
Kimono.
Yes, so she remember that. Reginald Winston, Miss Burton School was my first school. Wow.
Yes.
Reggie Winston said that.
Yes. He was a little boy when I was you know.
You mean the fellow who worked in the High Court?
Yes. Dave Williams says, hi Tina, any memory of the lodge next door? Yes, let's talk about the lodge. Any memories?
Okay.
Talk about the lodge.
The lodge.
Yes.
No, everybody's talking about the lodge. You're afraid of the lodge. You're afraid of the lodge. And no, I grew up in lodge, so I was never afraid of lodge.
You grew up in lodge? Oh, hold on. Watch what you're saying. You grew up in lodge, or the lodge was your neighbor?
Well, that's my neighbor, but as well as part of it, my grandfather was a grandmaster in the lodge.
Okay.
Yeah.
So okay, go ahead. Give us a story.
Yes. So to me, I always knew lodge. You understand what I mean? I always knew lodge. So sometimes the door at the back would be opened. I would go inside. I was not afraid of nothing. I was not afraid of anything in the lodge. Nothing hold my foot or nothing. But I will tell you, the times they used to have their initiation, the nights when they have new members, sacred Tony. Let me tell you, those people made noise. Those people pull chains.
They what? The pull chains?
Chains. I don't know. A ruckus would be going on there. You'd hear all their chanting. You understand?
I'm sure you remember. Tell us a chant. Tell us a chant.
I don't know. They used to sing their songs now and then shake the heavy chains because they had to be singing those heavy chains, you know. A lot of noise, you know. But because I grew up in that thing, it was just part of me. I wasn't afraid.
No coffin inside the lodge room?
Huh?
Coffins.
Who opened?
No coffin in the lodge rooms? You saw any coffins?
I did see a coffin there. Mm-hmm.
So there was actually coffins?
Yeah, I saw one coffin there.
So you had to go and lie down in the coffin. You never saw your grandpa?
Me? No, man. I saw that.
Yeah.
But I hope no lodge person come and put my foot in it.
But Tina, but
yes,
yes.
I did see a coffin in there. So I guess in their initiation nights, they would use the coffin for them to lie in. Maybe that was to test their bravery. I don't know.
Yeah,
120 people actually looking on Facebook.
But you know, there's a fella who, a friend of mine, I won't call his name. During the initiation, he went inside the coffin, and when they start to bang the coffin with chains, he flew out of the coffin. He said,
Was that Ashley? Was that Ashley? Or was that Ashley Roberts? Was that Ashley Roberts? Tina's laughing like she knows something.
Yeah,
Ashley, was it Ashley Roberts?
No, I don't think it's in there. I don't think
someone wants to say hi to you. Let me hear what the person has to say. Good evening to you, caller.
Hi, good evening.
My good friend.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Vado?
Speak, yes, Vado.
Yes,
Vado?
Vado, speak up. Vado, speak up.
Hi.
Hi,
Hello.
darling.
Hi, boy. Nice seeing you. I'm watching you. Nice seeing you. Oh, dear. When are you go? You Miss Historian. When are you going to write your book? I keep asking that.
Everybody keep
For
asking
years
me.
now, I've been asking you.
I know everybody keep asking me the same question, and I really have to get on to doing that way. I really have to. My daughter tells me all the time, "Moms, it's time for you to do that book." You know?
Yeah. You're so you do everything. Everything. Sometimes when it's on Facebook, when it's certain things you say, Tina, to me, I say, but we're Tina. How old is Tina for that now?
For sure, Tina 70 plus. For sure, Tina 70 plus.
Yeah, but from a little girl, I've been always been observant and asking questions, you know, and stuff like that. So I know a lot. I know a lot of stuff.
Listening.
Okay, my dear. I'm glad you're enjoying
listening
so far.
to Lakou. It have so much more you have to say, Tina. Of Roso.
We just started, we just started. Remember, we just started.
You just started, Tina. Wait, I'm listening. I'm attentive because some things I know you've told me already. Wait till set it and Miss Adams hear the rest from you.
All right then.
That's why I want you to write a book.
We'll do.
Yes, I'm listening to you.
Thank you.
Okay, darling.
And the other person, the same person said that when the person who asked about the lodge, asked about Frenchie ice cream.
On next side.
Frenchie. No, Frenchie had popsicle, not ice cream.
All right, the
Popsicles.
person said ice cream. All right, popsicles.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Victor, right?
Mr. Victor,
Yes. Tell us about a little bit.
Hear that? Mr. Victor made the popsicles. Oh my goodness. And that man was a man. He was a mechanic. He was he was everything, that man. The molds for his popsicles, he made them, himself. He made them himself. And he used to have a little car. I don't know if you all were there. He used to have a little car.
A Vauxhall?
No, a little antique, vintage little car. A little vintage.
Was it the Austin or the Austin?
Austin.
It's Austin, it was, I don't know.
Or I forget it's the Mini Moke, It's the Mini Moke.
Yeah, the Austin, then the Mini
No, it was a Mini Moke,
It was a Mini Moke?
So you see that car he had? If you go down King George V Street, where Liat office used to be, next to Winsky House, next to Labor House, if you go down the garage, Dr. Garad used to live there. Dr. Garad, he was the father of Miss Garad at the Convent Prep, at the small Convent Prep. Dr. Garad used to have that little car, and he used to park it way up by us, on the other side of the road, because on the other side of the road was an empty lot, because they had the Demas Church on Bath Road, they had they had that empty lot. Then in the house where Johnny said that he was referring to the Lewises living in a house, that's on the other side of my house, going down the road.
Yes.
And in those days, Desmond Blanchard and his mother used to live there.
You mean former police chief?
Yes. It was a smaller veranda house.
Oh, you're talking about where the Astafan's parking lot is? Not right there.
That used to live there.
Who?
His father used to live there.
Okay.
His father, his mother lived up by us. His mother lived up our area.
The veranda house by Frenchie?
No. Where Dr. Olport had her office there sometime.
Right. Okay. The first house after the church. The first house after the church. The first house after the church. Remember, there was this church and you have the churchyard.
But the Lewises used to live there recently, and then, but before that, it was a wooden veranda house, and Desmond Blanchard and his mother both used to live there.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. But Frenchies used to have that little cano that belonged to Dr. Garad. After he had died, I guess they sold it. And he fixed it up, and he could do everything, that Frenchie. He could do everything.
I think he first I saw doing snow cone. Remember snow cone is the first. Oh, his son was the one doing snow cone. I'm trying to remember if it's his son or if it's he.
The son.
Maybe one of his sons used to do it afterwards.
Yes.
But he used to do the popsicles.
Yes, I remember the snow cone, and then they built that house. They built that big house next to your home. Yeah,
but at that time it was a smaller veranda house. It was a smaller veranda house at that time. It's later, after he had finished with popsicles, they made the house into a 2-story house. But it was a smaller veranda house when he used to do the snow cone, the popsicles.
I just want to say good evening to Wallace Sentile. He's watching. Derek Mann is also watching. Hamilton Joseph is also watching. Marvelyn Breedy is also watching. Desmond Bell come here. This information, I'm not so sure what the person was trying to say. Yes, Beverly Blackman, she's also tuning. excited to see you. So that means she knows you very well, Beverly Blackman.
Yes. Beverly has stayed at my home here in Florida for a while.
Can I ask a question?
You go ahead.
No,
Tell me.
Tina, I used to see these fellas in the lodge with things like sword and hatchet.
Yes.
They have a sword, a long sword, and a hatchet.
Not kind of, but we had a sword at home. I don't know why I didn't keep it, after my grandfather died. I should have kept the sword.
Yeah, because I used to see those fellas going up in the lodge with their sword and their
Yes, and I put it in the sheath, yes.
I'm Tina. Don't if Mr. Mr. was part of the lodge. Don't let him fake you. He was part of the lodge. He was part of the lodge. You know what I'm saying? Talking about sword. He had to be part of the lodge to know that.
You're a lot member. You know too much.
Your little thing by your side, man. Your little axe, man.
It was Tina Nip.
Your regalia.
Your regalia, man. The grandmaster.
I tell you, this guy was in the lodge. You know what I'm saying? No, Tina. The land where your grandpa purchased, where the house is. By any chance, would you know where the lodge was? He had that property also, that land.
I think the property was his, and he sold to the lodge.
Okay, sold to the lodge. Maybe give the lodge because he was a member, he's a grandmaster. So maybe he would have given.
But inside the lodge, there's also an eye watching you,
Yes. Every member had to have a big picture in the house, every member of the lodge with that eye. And to me, that I used to, as a child, I used to go, that I used to follow you.
Everywhere you go.
Tina, for Mr. to know that, right?
Yes, lodge member.
Mr. to be a lodge member. I just want to say also good evening to Alexis, Renef Alexis. He was on last week. Lucia Jean-Pierre. The conversation is so interesting. I'm still awake. Eugenia Jean Joseph is watching. Quite a lot of persons.
Eugenia. They were from the Valley area, so these are people I know. Let me tell you, I know from Trafalgar to Mount Prosper to Wharton Waven. I used to know every face. Maybe I may not have known their names. I know everybody from down that area.
So now, Kerwin said the lodge key was kept at home.
At home, the key was kept. A massive key,
a hell of a key.
A massive key.
Massive.
A big key. It wasn't those big keys. When you talk about key, you're not talking about a little key,
And
you're talking about a big key.
And yes, Cecilia, laugh out loud.
What hell of a key.
Cousin said, laugh out loud. So Rosalind Fontaine said, I remember being scared on initiation night. So Rosalind is your sister?
Rosalind used to live at home. Rosalind lived at home.
And she said she was scared.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
you know what was the degagement? When you start put chain on the coffin.
Yes.
You had to beat the coffin with a chain, Cecil. I don't know.
and your cousin said, Japia said, Alga or Agal. How you said? How you pronounce it? Agal house, is that what we call it? The lodge house.
Yeah, man, Agal. That's the name. Agal.
What's that? Agal? What's that?
I don't Agal house.
She said Agal house. That's what we call it.
The lodge.
That's what we call the lodge.
Yeah, that's the name.
Alvin Thomas said that he's watching. Sandra Norris said, Cecil, he said he's not calling any name.
It's himself,
I like that. No, Tina, let's go back a bit. Let's go into merry-go-round. You live close to merry-go-round. Help us to understand what the merry-go-round was for persons who may not have known.
So the merry-go-round is where the PSU building is now. And at one time in the 60s, they had converted it, the Roso City Council had converted it to a playground. So you had the merry-go-round in the middle. You had two sets of swings, set for the younger children and a bigger one for the bigger children. You had the seesaw, and you had 2 slides, the long slides for the bigger children and the shorter slides for the smaller children. And yes, so that land it was on is where the PSU is now. And you know the guy that's called Buzai.
Yes, Buzai. Yes, Father Buzai. Brother Buzai,
Yes.
Father Buzai.
Father Buzai.
Father Buzai. He was living by the Windsor Park.
No, he was the how would you call that?
Not the town councilman.
Curator. He was in charge of the playground there. He was the one who used to come and open and close it.
Brother Buzai?
Yeah, he was in
Father
charge.
Father Buzai, short and
Short
fat
black guy.
and he used to preach in Lago.
Oh, yeah,
Is that the same guy we're talking about?
Yeah, with the lamp.
Tina.
Yes, the same Father guy who used to preach.
And used to get somebody to read the Bible for him.
Yes.
Yes.
He used to say, that's the same guy used to say, someone would read,
They sow his seeds.
Hey, coupe when
they said it Creole. He'd say, I didn't want to say it. I have it. You all are saying so I can repeat it. He would say, and they sow his seed. That's what the man is reading. And he would say, Epe, yo coupe Gwenly. He used to have his buzai. Sometimes there was a lamp. There was a lamp in Lagon.
Yes.
If you remember, across to where Eddie Toulon had this place. How you call that place?
Yes.
How you call that place? Frontline. So there used to be a lamp. So after Buzai was gone, he had his lamp. So there was always someone who would be reading the Bible for him.
Yes.
And man, it's amazing when the person reads the Bible in English and you have to translate it in Creole because he used to speak a lot of Creole, you know. Mama D, and you say it as they'll give it to him, and you'll wonder, is that the Bible saying that? Short man with his short tough
man.
and his khaki pants.
Oh yes.
And his big Bible, and he had one guy always reading that Bible for him in English, and when he translate that in Creole, I mean, you'd never want to hear what he say.
More.
So that's the Buzai we're talking about.
Yeah, the creator.
That's the same Buzai, the one and only.
The one and only Buzai. Yes.
Yes.
No, Tina. Merry-go-round Gardens. What in these 2 areas that you have great memory of?
Merry-go-round. Well, I played a lot of merry-go-round because I was still kind of young, teenager, young, even maybe not in teenage yet when merry-go-round came around. So I got plenty guiji on the merry-go-round. You know, I really bruise myself on that a lot when you jump out from it and stuff. You know, you dizzy and you fall down. And gardens, as I said, gardens. What should I say? Should I stick to merry-go-round? Merry-go-round, before it was merry-go-round. All that is to be part of Rose and Company. From merry-go-round, Coca-Cola, grammar school, all that was just
Rose.
Lime trees. Going way up. All that was lime trees. Way up to the works at Bath Estate.
I'm sure many people are hearing that. I'm sure many people are hearing that for the very first time.
Yeah, all that was part of Rose. And then I guess maybe Rose gifted that to the city council, that part there to do their thing. And grammar school, I think it was gifted to. I don't think they bought it, government bought it. I think it was gifted to the government, and they did the grammar school there.
As a matter of fact, as you're saying that, upon reflection, I remember that yellow and green factory where the present grammar school is located, the big Rose company, lime factory, and when those juices that were not good, as according to them, they would throw that in the river, and you see young boys, going in that river to get these big tins of juice, thick. I mean, I don't know if by any chance you had any member of your family who would have brought that home for you all.
No, but let me tell you, up and You see that yellow thing building that came afterwards, that came after, in more recent times, I think. But at El Rose and Company itself, Lakou in the works there, they used to make, that's where all the lime trees, all where the housing places are across the bridge, all those were lime trees. And you had workers going up there to work every day, because from my home as a child, you could see the workers going up, the ladies with their little jagger clothes, their cutlass in their hand, the men with their little carry in their hand going up with their lunch. And then they used to have a bell. There was a man working the what they call the thing man, the guard around. He used to live in a little house in the corner, and he used to ring that bell every 7 o'clock for the workers to start work at Bath Estate. All where the apartments are now, all that was part of the works. So they would do lime, they would squeeze the limes and put them in the big casks and ship them down to the ship that would take it down to England, El Rose and Company. But in this lime squeezing, the lime cordials, we always had people from the factory who would bring down lime cordial first, you understand? And our house always used to have lime cordial. It's a lime juice, but it's a special taste in it, a cordial, you know? And let me tell you, when you dilute that thing, that could go for how long, you know?
Yes, yes.
That was the beverage of the day.
Yes.
And we were fortunate because we lived there. We always had lime cordial at home. Always had lime cordial. Lime juice cordial.
I know as a boy growing up, you know, that
you had from that
when they were getting rid of the
reject.
The reject. You know, the fruit in the river.
You got your own in the river, Cecil, not that cordial. That was the aftermath.
That's what I'm saying. Not after it's a reject. It was rejected.
Reject you get. She get the real thing.
And she got the real thing. But I am saying to you, even the reject was very good.
Yes.
I mean, family members in Bath Estate can speak about that, you know.
Yes.
The reject.
But let me tell you, even when Coca-Cola started their place up there, right? Coca-Cola, Mr. Gabriel was the nicest man ever. Mr. Gabriel, the nicest man ever. His mother used to walk up. They used to live. The Gabriels used to live in that house on King George V Street, where Orchard had their restaurant. I think it's a Chinese store was there of late.
Orchard, you said on King George. Okay, yes.
And the corner of King George.
You're talking about where Calabash used to be before.
Yeah, Calabash used to be.
Yeah, the
that was the
Calabash.
Gabriel's house, you know.
Oh, that was the Gabriel house. Okay.
And his mother and father used to live there. I guess the other brothers too, but they were bigger. But he was the youngest brother. Wow. And they were such nice people, right? Then they would go up to the factory. And it was, let me tell you, when Coca-Cola started, the front was a big glass window, big glass opening. So it was a novelty. People used to come from lower downtown, you know, to come and see how the Coca-Cola was being made and passing through the machine with the covers, whatever. Clackety, clackety, clack, clack. So at my home, even at our home, we used to have so much Coca-Cola. Rejects. You know what was reject? If it didn't fill up to the top.
Yes.
If it didn't really think. And those people used to bring Coca-Cola for us. We used to have plenty Coca-Cola.
And not just Coca-Cola, Fanta too, you know.
Fanta too.
Yes, because even after school, as a boy going to Roso Boys School, you know, when you're going up, and that was cold. You know, once it's not filled.
That was cold when you go there.
Yeah, once it's not filled, they would have given you that Coke, that reject. And you drink that like as if it was going out of style. Every afternoon you're making way to get your Coke. You know, but that little window. You know?
Yes.
Yeah.
That thing going to your brains. It's so cold.
Yes, that's very cold. I remember that, you know. Brain, by any chance that you did that?
Well, of course I got my reject. I can remember at the time I'm going to the Roso Girls School, you know. I just go across band, get my reject. And especially the small Coca-Cola. That's the one I like. They had a very small one.
No, Tina. We have spoken about gardens. We spoke about merry-go-round. We spoke about ale rose. The popular area, the UE Center, we used to call it under power.
Yes. Power. We used to call it the powerhouse.
Powerhouse. Yes. Yes.
So there used to be the electricity generating place in the late 1930s, 1940s, before CDC Domlek was in Dominica. And Mr. Eddie Trotter, again the father of Mrs. Gabriel, Celia Gabriel's father.
That is
Eddie Trotter used to be the engineer at that power station. And they used to live in the house, the veranda house, next adjacent to the power station, where they used to have the school for the hearing impaired. Remember?
I think now the UE has an office in that area.
Okay. So that's where he and his family used to live. And he operated that power station. So the house where I lived in, we had electricity in that house before I was born. Long before I was born. Because the poles used to run down along the wall of the gardens, like Coca-Cola, before Coca-Cola was built there, down to my home. Outside my home had a pole. And at the corner of the street on Bath Road had a big pole, like a control pole for that power station. It was in like a concrete casing. It was like a power station in itself, you know? And we had electricity at our home, but it wasn't a full day electricity. They got electricity from, my grandparents would say, from sundown, till around either late at night or sometimes early in the morning, but not in the daytime. Not in the daytime. So we were one of the privileged people who got electricity, and the only people on that side of the road, on Valley Road, who had electricity, because the wires ran down just in front of our place, you know, down on the poles there. So we were. So
that moved until maybe CDC came.
In 1950.
1950. So
4950.
Okay. Around that time, electricity came.
Yeah.
And what more can you tell us about that area, that
also
station?
Under power now. So that is where the name comes from, under power. Under power. Because from the thing generated to generate electricity, the water, it would run down into the river at the bottom. And that was like a spa, a hot bath, you know? So Mr. Trotter, in those days, not everybody's going to power, you know, long ago. Mr. Trotter maybe would have his friends, you know, or whatever. That was like the spa of the time, you know, to go under that river there, under power, to bathe because the water was hot and nice, you know? And then afterwards, after maybe no more generation of electricity, then it just became
You want to hold that for a while? You want to hold that for a while? Sorry about that. Someone is calling. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
I've been listening, very knowledgeable, but I just lost a while ago with the word Domlek. I think the word Domlek coming because
no. Sorry, caller. That's to interrupt you. I said
the reason I said that I wanted to know as to what time CDC came in.
That's what she said. 1949.
1949, CDC came into Dominica.
Thank you very much, Miss. I'm listening.
Thank you. Okay. Yes. Yeah. You know, sometimes your customer using the word Domlek, you know?
Yes.
So the person would have maybe gotten confused when I said Dom, but I immediately corrected myself and say CDC, you know? So maybe the person didn't catch that, but Domlek came long after CDC, but CDC was, as you said, in 1949. You know?
Yes.
It's Commonwealth Development Corporation. Yes, yeah, that was the name, CDC.
Yeah, Tina, below there was like, as you said, like as you go to the hot spring then.
Yes, yes.
Bourgeois alone, elites would be entitled to come and have a swim there?
Yes, in the spa.
So people like you and I...
How about what spa first? We had to wait until that thing finished.
So
In those days, anybody couldn't go under power, you know. It's only afterwards, you know, people used to go under power and bathe, you
so
know.
what you know of Emsol then?
Okay, Emsol. So, you remember I told you, my friend across the road, Van Tilfagen's niece, Sonia
Yes.
Hart Van der Poel. She's married to Joey Van der Poel. She lived across my road.
Hold on, Joey, the same Joey Van der Poel who lived on Bath Road by
Yes,
the newspaper.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, right. That same Joey. Well, his wife. She was my neighbor, my friend, my first little playmate I knew. So her father was Mr. Hart. He was a white man from England who lived in that only house at Emsol. There was only one house at Emsol. And Mr. Hart lived there. That was her father. Right? Emsol didn't have anything, just a path. It wasn't a pitch road, it was a path, it was trees, and that one house of Mr. Hart up there. And the foundation of that house is still there because an Etienne fella, Aasaan Etienne, I think, built up that thing.
I know he's now dead.
He's now dead.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But before that, the Buntins, before Aasaan and before Emsol was developed, Mr. Buntin lived there. A man, Mr. Buntin, you know Alan Buntin of Smith and Company?
Smith and Company, yes.
Well, they lived there. Now, the younger siblings of Alan, we went to Miss Burton school together. George, Anne, John, and Helen was a little girl. These were the four. We went to Miss Burton school together too. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mr. Hart.
So Emsol today is a big community.
Yes,
it started
very
mm-hmm. small. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. And you said you remember the first house that was built in Emsol.
Well, the first house I think was the one. The first house that was built actually in Emsol, if you think of it, was a house that Frank Barron built for his children. You know, Francine and the brother and the other sister. You know.
Oh, okay.
That was the first house that was built there, you know. Mm-hmm. I'm say when they were developing the place I'm talking about.
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
No, Tina. Let's go on the other side of Roso, to the police station area. I know a lot of people are not aware where Astafans is at present. There was in that area the prison, the Her Majesty prison.
Yes,
that's what it's called.
Her Majesty's prisons. It was. Mm-hmm. I guess it was His Majesty's prisons before I was born too.
Yes,
you know, and then it became Her Majesty's prisons.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So yes, it was there.
So tell us what you would have known of the area.
Well, what I know is that I always knew of the warders who used to work there, and they used to have a brown uniform. And a cap on their head. They would have maybe the other warders. We used to call them warders, but wardens really working there. And of course, that is where you put those who had committed the crimes. Crimes in those days, we would consider them today petty crimes. They were voles and things like that. You know what I mean? You hardly had like maybe one or two murders. Nothing of the sort. But in that same prison, they had the place where they used to hang the people closer to the fire station, to the end of the fire station. Because the fire station wasn't there. The fire station was down on Bayfront in those days.
Just hold that thought. Hold that thought. Uh-huh. Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening, Mr. Joseph. But Mr. Joseph, when you see having your program was halfway lines up and running else and something you have an issue. But anyhow, Miss Tina or Empress Tina, I would like to know if it's a lodge, and if it's a good lodge or a great lodge, if you have to be so, if it's a lodge, as I say, a great lodge, how come they have to be so close to God? I have a problem in my brain. I suspect all lodge people getting too fast. I'm listening. Let me know why them and God have So much a good relationship. I'm listening, bless up, fireman, up and running.
I wonder if Tina can answer that.
a lodge member.
Someone sent me a message a while ago and talk about a lady who wanted to be in the lodge, and the day of initiation they put her into a coffin and she screamed so loud that they had to take her out. Someone sent me a message a while ago.
But I must say, they should, before they go into all that thing, they should give them a little initiation before. Talk to them, tell them what it's all about. The actual initiation.
The first time of the lodge member, they only discovered her when they were going around and they realized she had breasts. And she couldn't go back. She had to be a member of the lodge.
But how you know all of that? How do you know?
She had to be, that's the first time a woman became a member of the lodge.
How you know all of this?
Because she followed her husband, put on his pants, and put on the coat and everything, and when they go around, they found that she had breasts. She couldn't go again. She had to join. That's the whole story behind the business.
I didn't know that story.
Well, I give it to you now.
Well, Tina, someone just said the Lakou is really a good history to learn from. Good job, discoveries. No, Tina, so we are talking about the prison area. So you're giving us a description as to what was actually happening.
Yes. There are times, where we lived on Valley Road. I remember as a child, I would hear those loud screams, man, that were frightening screams. And you'd wonder what was going on. But then afterwards, you realize that in those days, they had the mental people together with the so-called criminals in the same complex. And they would treat, I guess when the smart people, when their stuff got them, they would beat them. Because the prisoners, the wardens used to beat the prisoners, So maybe they would beat them, and the poor people, they didn't know day from night, and they would be screaming. They would be screaming. And I tell you, scream. What do you call it?
Like it's not long ago. I know years in the 70s into the 80s, they used to have what was called St. Luke's Hospital. Remember that name?
Yeah.
Yes.
St. Luke's Hospital was where the mad people were.
Yeah.
They were next door to the prison. They were next to the prison. So you have the state prison.
Yes.
And you have the St. Luke's Hospital right there. Right there. I remember that. Because
that was the first little step to separating them. You understand?
Right now they
have them if they're in the hospital complex in a different building.
Yeah.
That's but I guess as you get older, you realize that was sad, man.
Yes, it was. To deal with people that way. In those days. So now, you're going to say something?
Yeah, I was saying at the far end of the fort. That's what they used to call it, the fort, because the police station was up at Fort Young. So at the far end of the fort, they would have the gallows way to the back, towards the back of the wall of the Carams building, because the Carams building on Cork Street is built along that long wall,
Yes.
That long wall that goes from the back of the prison to the back of Astafern to way down,
Oh.
That wall goes way down. And so the Carams building is built against that wall.
And you see at that time the fire department was on the Bayfront?
Yeah, Bayfront.
They want Bayfront, where the treasury used to be there at one time, but the registry used to be there. I think it used to be downstairs there.
Where the court is?
Where customs used to be.
Where the customs? Okay, you're talking again by the city council area.
Yes. But I was a little girl then. Because when the fire station was up where it is now, I was still at Miss Burton School.
Oh, okay. So, all right. So the police station itself, it was at Fort Young, as you said.
Fort Young.
Yes, but they extended it after they removed the prison, right? And then
they brought the prison across to where when the prison moved up to Stock Farm, they brought the police station down, and they had the charge office, the cells. They had some little cells in the yard. They had the part immigration where you go and take your pictures for traveling. They had a canteen.
Someone's on the telephone. Let's hear what the person has to say. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, power station.
Please load on in the radio, please, caller.
The fire station used to be where it is now in front of the fishing complex.
Yeah, somewhere down there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where the fire station was, where the ETB there, opposite the fishing complex.
Okay.
Before they move up to Back Road.
Somewhere down there on the bayside,
That's where
bayfront.
it was.
Mm.
And then they move up to Back Road. They never benefit skills.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, Tina. Toilets. I want to talk about toilets in those days. It looks like as if you have quite a lot of history of Roso. But before we go to that, let's take a telephone call. Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening, Cecil.
Good evening, Sir Lufa.
Good evening, Mr.
Good
Luther.
evening, Tina.
Hi.
How are you?
Yeah. Luca's
Good evening.
auntie used to live. Luca's auntie used to live where thing was, where magistrate before
Gloria Augusta.
They're cousins
She's
actually.
my first cousin. She's my cousin.
Yeah.
Now, I don't want to throw it like for Cecil. I know he was in Rosalia. But Cecil, as she have been saying, where Aasaan is presently, there used to be the prison. Right? Then they will move to where Aasaan is. That was the prison long time ago.
Oh, no.
Then they built the police station there. I know that when they left Port Young, the police station came there. Before they built that new one.
Where Aasaan is.
Hold on. Go ahead, Tina.
Where Aasaan is used to be called Kingsland House. That is a place.
Hold on. I'm telling you, Tina, I'm talking about the 1960s, you know. The 60s I'm talking about. There used to be before the police station, there used to be the prison.
She said
the
that.
prison was transferred to, of the
Stock Farm. Yeah, she said that.
And when they left, the police station came here. I can tell you.
I know.
She didn't say anything different from what you said,
exactly what you said.
Exactly what she said,
That's what I said.
All right then, yes.
Okay, Tina.
Yeah.
And one thing I want to add, Cecil, before you continue your interesting conversation. The place where they call it Sikwi. We used to go and build there, Cecil. I took a head dive there once from on top of the wall. When I go below, I did not see below at all. I only see blue. I never go back there again.
Thank you. Yeah.
I had a cousin who used to live with us by that time because he started coming home and he used to live. And he went with some friends, my dear, left home. He was a young boy, around 9-10 years, and went into the Sikwi thing there. The boy almost got drunk, in that Sikwi place there. That's at the back of the stadium. That place is.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, Sikwi.
Yes. Yeah. I had a burst his head in the middle. That thing took so long to heal.
No.
Very dangerous place.
No, somebody wanted to find out if policemen used to go on horses. If you saw that.
I don't. In my time, I never saw police on horses, but I saw pictures of police with horses.
Oh, okay.
But not in my time. I never saw that.
Yeah, well, I saw them.
Police with horses?
Yeah, I saw Sergeant Francis used to be riding a horse.
Well, Sergeant Francis maybe had his own a horse that was up. Let me tell you, the horse would be up at Fort Young. In the station. They would have horses there. So maybe Sergeant Francis rode a horse, but it wasn't like they used it for duty then. You understand?
No, someone says that that briefcase on the lodge step. I'm interested in hearing the story.
The briefcase wasn't on lodge step. No, the briefcase was on Boise's step. That's the briefcase they talk
Boise,
about.
you talk about Boise in Lago?
Yes, people were afraid of Boise, so the briefcase stayed on his step. Nobody touched it, you know. Moisey come back and his briefcase was intact. He had forgotten it when he was closing. He rested it on the step.
So the thing is, the snake that was inside there, man.
You're going to touch Boise briefcase?
Boys wasn't lodged.
Boise had a son, Nugent. Nugent used to go to Miss Burton school with me too. Nugent.
I know him as Eugene.
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 Yeah, he lived in Trafalgar.
Yes.
That's him.
Yes, they saw that was at Trafalgar.
Yeah, I don't know why he called him Eugene. I don't know. It's Eugene.
Yeah, his name is spelled something, you know, but the people used to call him Eugene. Some people used to say, but I knew him as in middle school as Nugent.
Because I remember when he went for the Labour Party, he ran for the Labour Party in the early days, you know,
Yeah.
for Trafalgar. I knew him as Eugene.
Yeah, but
Eugene. Yeah. Went to Miss Burton school with me too.
So we can say that clearly that we're the back of the Karams, the prison building was right there.
Part of it, because the wall extended down to Aasaan. Because remember Aasaan, the police station or the prison at the front, and Aasaan is like a big wall in between, right? And Aasaan, where you see the showcase is, or a little further, was a big wall at the front of it. When it was Kingsland House, there was a house.
What was Kingsland's house?
What was that?
Kingsland House was the house that was there before Aasaan was built. It was a house belonging to. Okay, hear the history again of this. This is where Mrs. Phyllis Shan Allfrey grew up. So when you hear talk about La Maison was, it's on that house on King George V Street where she grew up. Her mother was Nichols, her mother, and her father was his surname was Shan. He was from England, and they lived in that house as children. Mrs. Allfrey and her father and mother and her sister, whoever, they lived there. You know, they had the movie, and they talk about when they lived, and they filmed the movie down at the Green's house down on Church Lane. But after they lived on Kingsland House. That was the name of the house at where Aasaan is currently. So I remember as a child, if I'd go down the road with my grandmother, I would always stand in front of that gate there, and look down, because the house was more to the back by the wall. You understand? More to the back. And all where they have as a parking before they bought the Blanchard property, that was like a driveway. And they had a lot of flowers. So only the people would pass in the front, the owners would pass in the front gate to go into Kingsland House. But the maids and the groundsmen would pass, you know, on Fields Lane, that entrance you go to Aasaan.
Coming down from Fields Lane. Yes.
Yeah.
Or you can say the end or the start of Fields Lane.
Yes. So that was the entrance where the maids had to enter, the maids and the groundsmen and stuff.
That white gate?
Well, they opened it up more, you understand? But it was they had a wall and maybe the gate, a smaller gate, you understand? But they must have broken up the wall up, because remember, when Aasaan got it, they had to open it up for the cars to come in. Because remember, they had a wholesale at the back.
And you know that side of history is lost? I mean, you're telling us something that many of us are learning for the very first time tonight. I never realized that Shan Allfrey lived where Aasaan actually has been built. I didn't know that.
And then they used to, afterwards, when I was a child, she had an aunt. They used to call her Miss, whatever her name was. I'm forgetting. She used to run a guest house there. She used to have a guest house at the place, Kingsland House. A little exclusive guest house, you know? In those days, you had maybe there, and the one Mrs. Harris used to run down by Barclays Bank there, you know? Old Mama Harris. And then you had this lady, Miss Nichols, and they had her, and then afterwards she had Mrs. Alfred's sister, her name was Mrs. whatever her name is. She used to live there, and they had a house up at Santa Roma, and the house at Santa Roma was there from long since Mrs. Alfred's father or grandfather was up there because he used to grow his orchids in that house up at Santa Roma. Santa Roma wasn't an established place. Now there was goodwill at that time. You know, Mrs. Alfred talk about that.
So that's why they maybe call the place the
Orchid House.
The Orchid House.
Orchid
It's
house.
from the grandfather's plantation. You know, quite a lot of
Yes.
orchid would be.
That's the orchids.
Yes, wow. Good information, you know.
information.
I'm really not myself for the very first time. Thanks God for the Lakou, you know, to give us that kind of information, you know.
I think that Lakou program is so informative, and we all learn from each other. You know what I mean?
So now, tell us a little bit about because earlier on you spoke about the British and you talk about Barclays Bank and tell us a little bit about the British in that period, the administrators.
Well, in those days, the British people who already ran most of the big places here. I mean to say you had as I said, you had Barclays Bank, that was a British bank. You had Cable and Wireless, that was British. The administrators came from England. You know what we call the president now, you know? The administrators came from England. You had Elrose and Company. Well, after the Davies man maybe sold to Elrose and Company, Major Thompson and Mr. Brown, who was there before him, they were from England, right? Well, again, I'm thinking of other places where the British were. But these were the people who lived in Dominica, the bakers of the time, you know, who lived.
And those bakers who send your children to what school?
Well, a lot of them send their children to the Emery schoolroom, to the Wesley High School prep section, because a lot of them were Anglicans. They went to the Anglican church. Remember, the Anglican church is a British church. So they, with the affiliation of the Emery schoolroom, which was the Anglican schoolroom, even though it was a Methodist school, they sent a lot of them sent their children there to the school.
Oh, okay.
You know?
But one of the words I like that I captured was the bakies. The
Yeah.
bakies.
Yes.
That's a laugh word. The bakies, not the white people. At the time we call them baki, meaning white.
Yes.
Yes.
That.
Yes.
No, going back a little bit to Astafans. You saw the Astafans building built?
Yes. I was around maybe 12 going on 13 when Aasaan was being built. And I remembered it was on the 3rd of December. I remember the date very well when they had their opening.
Wow, how you remember that date? Tell me, your birthday?
No, because there was a bazaar at the church school ground. There was a bazaar on the 3rd of December, and it was the same day that Aasaan had their big opening ceremony.
Year?
Cocktails and everything.
What year was that?
I think it's 1962. Around that time.
And not as big as this. And I don't think the building was as big as we see now.
It was as long as it is now.
Is that as long?
Yes, as long as it is now. And they may have improved upstairs and whatever, you know.
But that must have been excitement in Roso.
Oh yes, let me tell you, that was the first supermarket, you know, self-help. The first supermarket, and people would say, "Oh, how people can have a place where people just go and take things on the shelf and they will steal things, man." You know, they must have caught a lot of people too, but I guess they had a system in place.
Wow.
Where, you know,
the first big supermarket.
Yes, first time, you know.
3rd of December 1962.
Yes. 62.
Prior to that, where was Astafans located?
Before that?
Yes.
Oh, before that, Aasaan used to be down on
Jupini?
opposite
Bata?
Opposite where Sylvia. No. Where you see where Q95 is?
Yes.
And Johnson had a store there, but across the road
That's why I said Bata. Bata was not
No,
far
no,
from.
no. Bata was down on the bayfront. Bata,
Yes.
Bata was where Jupini is.
Yes.
You're right.
And Astafan would have been where Q95 is.
No, on the other side of the road.
Oh, so and it's Centilla.
No. And it's Central is on the same side as Kyrie, but higher up the road. But not Kyrie.
Q95.
Yeah.
Q95.
So are you talking about Old Street?
Yes, across the road.
Cock Street?
There.
Cock Street?
No, the same Old Street.
Old Street. Okay.
It's across the road there.
Okay.
I think that is where
Where Peter Jewels had his building?
Yeah, across there. Yes, part of it on this side used to be Astafan.
Supermarket.
The old Papi Astafan, the old father.
Hold on a while. Let's see if someone's helping us on the line there. Good evening. Load on the volume, please, caller. Please load on your volume, please. Whenever you call and you hear your telephone ringing, just load on the volume of your radio, please. Talk to us. Yes.
Yes, we hear you.
And between 295 and where is the Jupiter is there? You see that building? You see that little block there? 295. And 15 where Nafi had the storeroom there. Where Cambiuman was there.
Yes.
Is there. That is where Stefan was.
Where Cambiuman was.
Was.
Oh, on Cock Street. Right. So you're talking about your paperbacks was? Are you talking about your paperbacks was?
Opposite 295.
Are you talking about your paperback was? Paperbacks.
You're right. There should be a bookstore there too.
Right, your paperback is, and that's why I said Bata.
But it was going all across Silver Johnson, you know.
Yes, Silver Johnson is where
so that whole block. Whole block.
Yeah. I remember they used to sell crop there.
Yes. That is where. But you see when that Jupini put up a building, a blue building somewhere by going on around that wall in that
that block. Yes. Okay. Hiram used to be there before, right?
No.
Hiram used to have a carpentry.
No. Mr. Charles used to have a carpenter, a joiner shop below.
So that Mr. Charles, not Hiram, Mr. Charles.
Mr. Charles. Mr. Charles.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for that. Yeah, thank you.
So I knew old Papi Asafan for a little while. I just have a little glimpse of him. That is Wadi Asafan's father and Johnny Asafan's father.
So say Musa is Domini chairman.
Those people, they were, I guess they were born in Dominica. Their fathers, their parents came over. I guess some of them were born in Dominica.
Okay. I think his father came from Curacao.
Good evening, caller.
Yes. Good night, guys.
Good night.
Hey, let me tell you. We are opposite Silver Johnson, where that new grey building is there now. That is at the back of your Jewish used to have his business place.
Yes.
Same building. But they have a new building now. That is, I think, is Norman Road built that.
Norman Road, yes, that is
right?
it. Yeah.
Right.
It took a long time to build because of the water.
That spot there, that is where Stefan needs to be.
So that's what I was asking. Is it in front of where Jupini is now,
right
where Bata used to be?
Yeah, in front.
Yes, Jupini. Well, let's say Jupini on the opposite side.
Right.
But they would access it from Silver Johnson Lane.
Oh, okay.
That's correct.
So the whole
You
block.
understand? Just in front of Q95 there.
Okay, that whole
You
block.
would access it from there. So by where, let's say, by Jupini, by Bata there now, that would be at the back of the building.
Yeah.
So they were accessed from the opposite side. Okay?
Okay, great.
So you have it, man. Everybody pointed to the same thing, but there's different explanation by the same place.
Yeah, all right.
All of us on track.
All right,
Yeah.
thanks, man, Chicago.
And let me tell you, Miss my lady from Ambrin there, I want to ask a little question there.
Go ahead.
Let me tell you, there's a lady, I don't know if her name was Tina or something, but she used to live just by the merry-go-round there. She used to drive a green and black Capri. She was
her name is Tin, not Tina. Tin Burton.
Okay, that lady was a master. Back in the days, that lady could handle a wheel, but she didn't have plenty female drivers back in them time. I
She's
know
in
Muku know who
Canada
I'm talking about. That lady
Yeah,
could drive,
Canada.
man.
She's in
Yeah, that's
Canada.
car-free.
Is Bertrand come from Loda? Is she from
Yes.
Loda?
From Loda.
Okay, I know the Bertrand
They
from
used to
Loda.
live at the merry-go-round.
Yes,
But
so
I know that lady there as a boy going in the gardens merry-go-round days. That lady was tough, man. She was rough. She
Yeah.
could drive, you know. Yeah, man.
They used to call her. They used to call her Malnum.
Yeah. Oh,
Well, yeah, anytime you're in pants in them days, you're malnum, you know.
yes.
Yeah, that's how it was,
So
you know.
so Billy
Anytime you're in
Bertrand,
pants,
she's
and-
family to Billy
you know?
Bertrand.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. So Tina, she would have been a family to Billy Bertrand, the Bertrands in Loda.
Billy's aunt.
Billy's aunt. In that little veranda house there, right?
Yes.
Yes,
The Malnum,
yes.
man.
I know the house, but I don't know the lady, but I
She
know
always
the
had pants on her, man.
Yeah.
Yes. Malnum.
Jessica Bruni said that she's watching. Angelita Classic, locked in, and thanks for the valuable information, much appreciated. Tarina Blanchard says she's watching. Yolan John Joe said that he is right. Roof Nation said that she's watching. Good evening, everyone. Yolan John Joe said Bertrand came from La Plaine.
Well, he came from Lapland, but those Bertrands, they came from
Loda.
from Loda with relatives in Lapland.
So we have quite a number of people looking on. 142 people are actually looking on Tina. When we put all of the persons who would have shared your like, that's just mine. 142 is on my page. So other people are actually, so by the end of the night, you will know exactly how many persons would have been looking on to you. No, Tina. So you talk about Astafans, 3rd of December. I will remember that for a very long time. 3rd of December, the year 1962. You saw when the door opened. It was a grand opening for Dominic.
61 or 62, but not later than 62 for sure.
Okay. No. When the store opened, you had the restaurant upstairs, right?
Yes.
You had a restaurant upstairs. You had cloth downstairs. And you had
they had groceries downstairs and cloth. I remember when the first cashiers, one of the first cashiers that was there was Celia Trotter. They were the same Celia Gabriel.
Yes.
She was a cashier, and listen to me, that was a big time job in those days because
hold on. You were saying to us that the owner of Josephine Gabriel, she was the first cashier at
she was one of
Astafans?
the first cashiers there.
Wow.
And remember, that was sophisticated job at the time because it was the first time they had those click machines.
Yes.
You know, it wasn't drawers where you had to pull out and get change. It was, you had to sit and, you know, you had a job. It was almost like a teller at the bank, you know? Yeah. And, and then in the cloth department, you had people, I'm talking about maybe even later years, people like, they used to have one called Macpherson. You had Miss Phoebe James. You had...
Like Phoebe James from Marigot?
Yes, She used to work at Astafan in the cloth department. And, well, of course, you had Miss Durham, who was almost an Astafan.
Miss Durham was an Astafans, oui? Usadima Sauli, Miss Durham is an Astafans. And Miss Durham has shares in Astafans.
Yeah.
Usadima Sauli, Miss Durham has shares in Astafans. For sure.
Yeah. You had a lot of those people there.
And also, too, in those days, in my time, I remember all the queens or all the pageants that were going up for Queen Show. Their pictures would be exposed on the glass, you know?
Yes,
or any action you have in Roso would be by Astafans. You've seen it.
Yes, you put the pictures.
Yes, it was on the western side of Astafans. I remember that. You know?
I tell you, one time they asked me to go up for Carnival Queen. I was surfing. They tell me, go, give your name. So I give my name, pal. Boy, in the end, I said, not me, Papa. Let me go and take off my name. So I had to call them back to remove my name. We said, but we're sending it to the radio station. I said, remove my name. I'm not going up again, you know? So, I got cold feet at the time, pal. I said, not me.
And Astafans would have been the first place we would have seen mannequins.
Yes. But other cousin who in the days when they used to have cinema at the Carib Cinema. One night she was coming from the theater, and as she go and she stand up watching the mannequins, by Aasaan, watching, not the mannequins per se, but instead of Aasaan. So she said, "Why you stand up there?" As she saw the mannequin move. She frightened. She frightened. So she said, she stand up again and she looking. She must be looking. She must be listening, Frances. She said, she blink her eyes and she look. Next thing, she see a person stand up in the store like that. I think that was inside of there. I think that was inside of Aasaan.
What?
The person, a man.
That's amazing.
He started to put all posing like how they have the mannequins for people to believe it.
He freeze.
He freeze.
I mean, Aasaan's big thing because in those days, I remember that this band, Killers Power Union, their first album that they produced, they had the cover of Aasaan's upstairs in their restaurant.
Breaker used to work with them, you see.
Oh, Breaker used to work there. Breaker used to work at Aasaan's.
Yes.
He worked in the dispensary with Mr. Edwards.
Oh, Aasaan's also had a dispensary?
Yes.
In those days, it's dispensary to say, but now we call it pharmacy.
Pharmacy.
I didn't
long ago, we used to say drugstore. Eh?
Yeah, drugstore too. Yes, drugstore.
It's not a drugstore. We used to say drugstore before, eh?
Across by Aasaan's Zoo, there was a police living there. You remember the police?
Beaupierre.
Mr. Beaupierre.
Mr. Beaupierre.
You remember what they called him?
What them they call him now?
Follow the drips. Follow the drips. Follow the drips.
Why?
Why he was following the drips?
Why he was called Follow the Drips?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay, I'm going to give you the story. He was responsible for the securing the governor.
Yes.
Mr. Louis Kozlatig. Remember that?
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes. He was driving him.
And he was driving Mr. Louis Kozlatig. And he wanted a tin of paint. I'm not saying that he stole a tin of paint. I'm not saying that. He must have been given this tin of paint.
Yes.
And the tin of paint fell in his car. And from the governor's house to where he's living on King George Street, the print is dripping,
and he
doesn't know. So they called him follow the drips. No, follow the drips. No, if his son is listening, he must be laughing. He has a son in La Plaine.
Yes.
He has a son now living in La Plaine. He's now in Dominica. And we normally sometimes we make big jokes whenever I see him. That's the first conversation that we always having, about his father follow the drips, So and that time on that area there, you had the Savres. The Savres lived there in that area.
Yes.
And then you had the pharmacy, Mr. Robinson. Mr. Robin. Yes.
Robin Roye.
Yeah, tell us about Robin Roye. Where was he from?
Mr. Roye was from the town area, but his wife, Robin, she was from Marigot. Now remember I spoke about Virgin Lane?
Yes.
Virgin Lane?
Yes.
When I was a child, she seemed to related to my grandfather, as I would say. But when in Virgin Lane, she lived in Virgin Lane, before, long ago, before she was married. She had a house in Virgin Lane. She was a very ambitious woman, She bought a small wooden house in Virgin Lane. And in those days, people would rent land and they would put the house on it. So afterwards, when Jeffers Lane, when Goodwill was opening, she had a property. She bought a lot.
Remember that point. Remember that point. Someone wants to speak to you. Good evening to you, caller.
She used to live just opposite me now.
She used to live opposite you on Virgin Lane?
Yeah. Where the fresh juice making there now in Virgin Lane?
Ready what?
Oh no, I was there. But I think she was a Miss person. She should be a Miss first before she's going in the family to sing. You understand? This sure being, but she married to Keluru, the artist father. For the Convent.
That's the Roy told me something. The Roy told me something.
Roy.
The Roy told me that Lex Vickers because that's it. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
So she had this house in Virgin Lane, and then they carried that house. In those days, they used to carry homes on trucks.
Yes.
And she carried it up to Goodwill, on Jeffers Lane, and she extended on it, and she lived there for years until Hurricane David really actually broke it down, and they built the new building.
Someone else is on the telephone. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening to you, caller. I'm sorry. I like what you just said about the houses being transported on trucks. How much of that you saw growing up?
Oh, I saw a lot of that on Sunday afternoons. I would see, like, you remember I told you I'm a Methodist, so sometimes we would come from Sunday school on a Sunday afternoon, and you see people coming up Queen Mary Street with those houses on the trucks. And, with the pole, they would have a long thing bringing up the electric wires and stuff, going up Constitution Hill with those houses, to bring them up to Kings Hill.
What? Kings
Hill? Bring them up to Kings Hill. Because a lot of people started squatting up at Kings Hill. Now, Kings Hill before wasn't like now, Kings Hill was an elite area, where Mr. Osborne used to live, you find the Casimir, he died the other day, he was one of the chief statisticians in Dominica. What was his first name? He used to live there. The Julians, Oliver Grell is married to one of the girls. And then some other people, husbands, I said. These are the people who used to live, up at Kings Hill. It was an elite little area. And then afterwards, when everybody started moving in, they moved up to way up, then they started coming down the line, until a lot of Kings Hill is taken over by what used to be squatters before. They just put their houses on the land, and even the military cemetery up there, somebody was saying that they used to take the slabs, the headstones, to make their steps.
Wow. Wow. These people were brave.
Yeah, and you have ever been to the military cemetery?
Yeah, man, many times.
Oh, yes.
Many times.
So when I was a guide, we used to do the thing. We used to do a lot of tracking to go up there.
Someone's on the telephone. Let's see what the person has to say. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening to you, caller.
Experiment station for the Botanical Gardens, agricultural sector. They have around 5 acres of nuts there, and higher up a portion of mangoes, rotten mangoes. That was experiment station for the Botanical Gardens. And lower down, we had Mr. Peter the Watchman and Dango.
You're not talking loudly enough, so that we could hear what you're saying. I mean, your words are muffled.
You had Dango, he was the watchman there. And lower down, Mr. Peter Patola and started the cricketer. And lower down, we had Osborne, we had the shilling 2 shilling 4, who we write that down.
Okay, then. All right, so we have with us also watching Sandra Norris, Agatha Theophile, also Joan Isles Charles. She says that she's in Houston, Texas, and she's listening. Marianne Augustus Francis and Diane Leblanc. On my side, I have 141 persons tuned in with you. Good evening to you, caller. Sorry about that. You have to call back. So yes, we're talking about those houses. Now, you would have known of an individual in Roso who had quite a lot of houses. renting to people. His name was Deveril. What do you know about Deveril?
Deveril?
Yes.
Oh, what I know about Deveril is that he was a builder. He used to he used to sell ice at one time. I think they used to say Deveril ice or something. So, but I do remember that Deveril had built a house for a man, a 2-story house, and at the end there were no stairs. He didn't put any stairs to go upstairs. You know.
Say that again.
Fix your camera. Fix yourself. Yes. So we're not seeing you at all. Go fix your. No. Yes.
Yeah. There were no stairs to go upstairs. They finally made the house into a 2-apartment building and put the stairs on the side.
But Deveril, I know a lot of people like my mom and others used to rent from Deveril, you know. I don't know how Deveril got his properties.
I just don't know how Deveril got his properties.
I don't know. I mean, everybody you hear in Roso, money pour l'argent moins pour Deveril. I just don't. I never understand that. I have to ask my mother. Was the house what we were living in on Fieldsden was belonging to Deveril, or Deveril was doing it for somebody?
No,
but everybody in Roso.
No, but he have a lot of properties.
Push your mic.
He have a lot of properties in Roso up to now.
Push your mic still.
Yeah.
Brain. We're not seeing Brain. We're not seeing you.
That property now.
Oh, well, Brain, let me just fix you up.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brain. Talk.
Go ahead.
You can talk.
Yeah, I'm saying that Deveril himself has a lot of. In fact, where they down, I think in Hillsborough Street, where the Haitians are, that belongs to Deveril, and the guy.
That's where Deveril lived.
That's where he lived.
Yes,
that's where Deveril lived. I know Deveril lived on the corner of now Independence Street and Hillsborough Street. Good evening.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Good evening again, Fireman Dutching Base. I'm impressed. I didn't say that he is a lodge. Based on the topic earlier on, his brother Brain about the lodge department, I was saying why so much great lodge and God and Jesus have so much a great relationship. Up and running, fireman running best up and
The man just want fireman just want to give Brain a blast. You want to tell Brain that he was a lodge member. That's what he was
My
telling Brain.
grandfather was a lodge member, but he was a bido church.
You're bido in church and you're still in your lodge.
But a lot of them in the lodges up to now, you see them in all the churches.
Robinson wasn't a lodge man and he's still in the church. Robbo.
Helen Henderson says that I just love this program. Good history to be learned. No, Tina. So we talk about Deveril and how again in Roso you knew as ordinary people that would have had quite a lot of property besides J.B. Charles and Baron. Who else in Roso?
Well, you knew Patrick Charles had buildings all in Pong, eh?
Oh yes, Patrick Charles. That's the father of
Brinsley Charles.
Brinsley Charles.
Yeah, Patrick Charles. John Charles.
Charles' father.
And Brinsley Charles' father.
Is it the same one they say that was had the selling all those kind of things, no?
Yes.
Red lavender.
The zombie man selling red lavender.
Red lavender.
What you call them again?
Many Vinny.
But I seen those things now by Jollies.
No, so when you want your little thing to do your little business, you just go by John Charles, man.
Yes.
Fix you up nicely. Mm-hmm. If you pass that in your head, if you want to pass the exam.
Patrick Charles used to maybe just do any kind of thing for people. And people believed in him so much, they would just think it was working, you know?
He's a mind over matter.
And he had a lot of bottles with different colors of things.
So you knew of Patrick, you know of Patrick Charles. Yeah. Who else again you knew of? With property in Roso?
That had properties. Patrick Charles. Well, a lot of people had properties. You know. I know. You know those books on Cork Street. Although they lived such a poor life, but they had property in Pong.
You talk books. Which are the books?
Marjorie Book and Jackie Book.
Yes, Jackie and them. Jackie Book. Yes. Oh, yes, they had property, a lot of property in the entrance of Pong.
Yes.
Yeah, in the entrance of Pong. Yes, you're right. You're very right. Yes.
And I could never understand how things were so bad for them.
Well, sometimes that happens.
Yes.
Maybe the investment was not right. You know.
Yeah, maybe sometimes people never used to pay them.
Yes.
You know,
So
the
so
people
so
never pay
Brady,
them.
who are some of the landowners that you know in
Well,
Rosa?
I know the Shillingfords had a lot of
They
properties
had a lot of land too.
in Roso,
Yeah.
especially in the Pong area. Yeah.
And now, Tina, we spoke of Astafans, Phoenix. You remember Phoenix? Tell us a little
Of
bit
course.
about Phoenix.
Of course. Well, remember, Phoenix was AC Shillingford. And you remember I tell you Hambrin was a social club.
Yes.
But upstairs Shillingford, and that was before I was born, was a dance hall, Albert Hall, upstairs Phoenix. It was called Albert Hall. And they used to have dances there. And they also had dances at Coronation Hall, where the market is now. These were the places, you know, of entertainment in those days. But Phoenix, I remember Phoenix, you would go and shop there. That was one of the big stores you'd go to, you know, apart from really maybe going in the little shop to buy something. Phoenix, you'd go and buy maybe a bottle of oil or a pound of half pound cheese, or, you know, they still used to sell behind the counter, not like it is now, but you still would go and buy your little things there, you know, on a bigger
And you know,
scale.
as you're saying that, Tina, I'm not remembering that even in my time too, that on the southern side of Phoenix or AC Shillingford, that's where we used to go
Yes,
and buy our jewel of oil,
yes,
you know, our sausage and so on.
yes, yes.
One of these days I was remembering this box of cheese. You remember that box of cheese? How they used to call it?
The cube cheese.
No,
Cube
no, the
cheese.
cube cheese. No, this long.
The cheddar?
No, it wasn't cheddar. It was this white box.
Okay, I know the white box. Yes, yes, yes.
With a cheese and there's a plastic in it, and it was the.
Yes.
I'm trying to remember that cheese. I used to buy that by 80 shilling for the, you know.
I know, and you'd buy a half pound or
Yeah, you could either buy a long box,
Okay.
or you could cut the box in two. You know, in those days, I remember that you used to buy oil. They used to have oil right there. I'm not so sure if that is there still. I haven't been
I
to
don't
AC
know.
Shillingford for a long time. But you're right. I'm Tina. So we had. And what about Old Nassif? How you remember Nassif?
On Nassif, I remember. Okay, I'll tell you. Most of those times going down that road, let us say Christmas time, especially Christmas Eve, you'd be walking down those roads there, and my grandfather, again, my grandfather, would take me out on shopping day while my grandmother stayed home because we used to cook a ham on shopping on Christmas Eve. The hams in those days used to be a salted ham. They had to put that to soak maybe for a whole week to remove all that salt. It was those cured hams. It was frozen hams, and we used to have a wheel, what do you call it, of a truck or something in the yard. So some fellas used to come and collect all the, because in the yard had a lot of old wood from the pear tree, from the district, from that, and when they put that in that lighter fire, she used to have a pail she used to get from the shop at the corner there by Harrow Agencies and put the ham in it to boil, and that ham had to take hours to boil, you know. You had to thing it, froth the water and boil it again. So I used to go shopping day with my grandfather. We used to go down all that road, King George V Street, buy my little things, go to Mondays on the other side, buy my sandwich, and by in Nassif, actually it was not a store that children wanted to go to. That was a thing for the grown-ups. They would go and buy their maybe their pots, their pans, their pot sham, their things like that, you know, at Nassif, dishes, stuff like that. It was and
Nassif.
they sold cloth. There was also Ayub Dib, you know. There's also Ayub
Oh
Dib
yes,
higher
Ayub
up.
Dib. Yes, Ayub was
Ayub
higher
Dib,
up.
yes.
Yes, Ayub Dib and Abrahams
Yeah, but Abrams was more
wholesale.
even more modern too, you know. But Ayub Karam and Inasi for the older people that they accommodated for the everyday Dominican. You understand? You could get things at cheaper prices there. You could get your yard of cloth, inner safe, and Ayub the same things, you know?
Well, would you remember when the tobacco factory was built?
Well, the tobacco factory as it is now?
Yes.
Yeah, yes, I remember, you know, when that was built, because it used to be an old building there before. It used to be an old building there before. And then they built that modern. I remember when it was being built. Not that I should pass down that way much, but I remember it was being built. Because my grandfather always smoked his pipe, his nice pipe. I have a pipe there. I have, because it reminded me of him. I have this pipe, you know what I mean? He used to smoke that kind of pipe.
Yes.
I bought that because it reminded me of him.
Wow.
And he always used to get his cured tobacco from tobacco factory, and every Christmas they would send him a box of cigars. They used to make cigars down at Hillsborough Estate. You know, they used to have the tobacco trees there, and they would roll their cigars. You know, that's to show you how advanced we were way back then.
I know once upon a time in Roso, we had one bridge, and it's unbelievable if you see that.
Yeah.
One bridge, and that one bridge would be going in and out of Roso by
the old
by the
bridge,
globe.
Isilo Black Bridge.
Yeah, Isilo Black Bridge. That's correct. Give us the story about this area, if you remember.
Well, as you said, it was the only bridge going in and out of town, and I remember sometimes with my grandma, if you would go down that way, she would have some friends lower down, like Mr. Ducre, and she had some Wilson, some ladies she knew lower down. So that's the bridge we had to go on, and I was always afraid, you know, to pass on the side of that bridge. I always felt I would fall down in that river, you know, because it was, I think they had some boards on the side not to show, and the bridge must have been concrete, light concrete, I don't know, or wood, but to me, I was always afraid of that bridge. And when that new bridge, the other one on the side, came around, by that time, I could go down Pottersville by myself. So I would go down, I would use the other bridge, right? Until they fixed up this bridge in the 80s, I think. They made a new bridge.
Yes.
It was in the 80s.
Yes.
Made that new Isilo Black, that bridge, and named it Isilo Black afterwards.
So really and truly, some persons are not of the view that, or they may not know, not of the view, they may not know that Roso actually had one bridge in and out. One bridge.
And that street there, Queen Mary Street, and even before I was born, it used to be called Granby Street.
Granby Street.
Not Granby, you know.
Granby Street, like Portsmouth, like the one in Portsmouth, Granby.
Because there was maybe some governor or somebody who was Granby, some British person.
Yes. Good evening to you, caller.
Cecil,
Yes, sir.
Tina has a fantastic memory, man. Let me tell you, Cecil.
Yes.
That bridge there, it has a history, you know, because I remembered one hurricane, the bridge was broken. Hold on. A fireman came to rescue somebody who was going down the river. They sent a cord across. But it so happened, I don't know how it happened, if it's by this misadventure. The person was saved, but the fireman went down. You remember that?
Yes, that's like
Okay.
that's like
Okay, I'm
in the
going to ask
70s.
Tina a very interesting question. Tina, how many bridges are there in the city of Roso?
Oh my goodness, in the city of Roso? Well, I know the Bath State Bridge. I know the new bridge now going up to the one going up to Goodwill from the stadium. You have these three bridges going out of town. The two going out of town, one coming into town, and where again? I can't think of any other bridges in Roso, you know.
Okay. Well, let me just give you a little information. There are 5 bridges in the city of Roso. 5.
Well, that's what I call.
You have to the Back Estate Bridge. The one at Back Estate. Okay?
I counted that.
Yeah, there are 5 of them. And you go all the way down to the market, the Friendship Bridge.
Yeah.
There are 5 bridges. Yes, 5 of them. You can go them.
Lufa.
Yeah.
I can say to you that you're wrong.
Okay, I'm wrong?
Yes, there is
Okay,
Palm Grove. Palm Grove is also.
Hold on a second. We start with the Back Estate. What is it?
I'm listening.
The Back Estate is 1, right?
Yes.
The link code is 2. Am I correct?
Yes, go ahead.
Then you have Ishilo Black Bridge is 3.
Yes.
The West Bridge is 4. And the China Pacific Bridge is 5.
Yes.
Am I correct?
And I'm saying to you that Palm Grove is part of the city of Roso.
Okay. I did not include. Okay, so I did not include Palm Grove. I'm looking at the
and also too. There's the one in not in Newtown. There's one in Newtown. There's one.
I'm telling you, I just want to finish. I won't call you again.
All right.
I always tell my students,
yes,
Dominica is unique. It's one of the few countries in the world where you have 5 bridges spanning the city. And that's correct. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right.
Yeah. And a river running through the city.
Not too many. I think in Guyana you have one. But not too many countries in the region that you have a river going through the city. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, good evening. In connection with that Lakou thing, really have me going. Good night, Tina. This is my Boyd.
Oh, hi,
my
Boyd.
Okay, excitement on the overall. Let me tell you, the bridge when it got broken, the fireman who died, his name was Vivian. He was from Girardale.
I know, remember.
I never forget that because I know people from Girardale. Most of them cannot really swim, but as a fireman, I thought he had skills that he ended up passing. Vivian, never forget his name.
Yeah, and that big piece of block of the bridge is still down by the market, eh?
You know the kind of story? Anyway, I'm following you all, I'm following you all. Because Auntie Tina can't be I can't listen.
Thank you.
Okay, pleasant evening, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay,
thank you.
Let me ask now, Tina, because it looks as if you have some good memories. I'm trying to get as much as I can from you, and to talk about anything that comes to mind. What now comes to mind is our political organizations and our political icons, if I can say it that way. One of them in the early days was Edward Scobie. What do you know of Edward Scobie?
Oh, I know. Well, Edward Scobie wrote in the Dominican Herald. I don't know if he was the editor at one time. I think he was the editor, I know. But he used to write in the Herald. And you know what? I used to really just love to read his articles. He too is a historian. And I used to love I've always loved anything like that, old time thing. And I always used to love his articles, listen to him talk. I've listened to one or two of his lectures he has had. And basically, that's what I know about Edward Scobie, you know what I mean? And even in latter times when he had gone back to England, I used to read a lot of his writings, you know, when he lectured.
Yeah. Well, Edward Scobie was one guy that, as a boy growing up, that I used to love listening to.
Yes.
Especially in the period when some people in the country was asking for Freedom Street, trying to get Queen Mary Street to become Freedom Street. I remember as a boy sitting on my mother's window in a bedroom on Fields Lane, and he was clear as to why the street should be named Freedom Street. And I figure that the Freedom Party was about 3 years old, from 68 to 71, that he wanted the building to be named, he wanted the street to be named Freedom Street after the Freedom Party. It wasn't about what he was actually articulating about the liberation of people. But he was a very good, for me, very, very good speaker.
Yes.
Yeah.
He was. He was. I really liked listening to the man. I really liked listening to Scobie. I used to like his authoritative sort of thing. And he delivered, because he was that kind of man that had that kind of body,
What would you have known of Annette Sentel as mayor of Roso?
Oh, I just knew that Annette was mayor of Roso. Annette wasn't a person I knew before, she really, really did come to light in my mind when she was mayor of Roso, Then afterwards she had her store and whatnot. She used to travel, but I never really knew her before.
Oh, okay. And what about J.B. Charles?
Oh, J.B. Charles, Miss Charles's father. I remember he used to have his land up at Coptall, and I lived on Valley Road. So these are some of the few cars that would go up. He had a vehicle number 69. I remember that, going up to Coptall. He would come down. He would sometimes give my stop. If you'd see my grandparents, give them some grapefruits, because he had grapefruits on the estate. Give them some grapefruits. And he had a man called Mr. Leatham working as his man on the estate up there. Mr. Leatham lived in the house at the corner. It was just that one little house in the corner there. And then you had the mill, the old mill. And then Mr. Leatham he was the grandfather of Danny Lugie, his mother's father. Because I think J.B. Charles must have given Mr. Leatham some of the land, because the old mill area was where Danny Lugie's mother had a guest house, or she lived or something, so there.
What about the Penny Bank? Remember, we had a Penny Bank once upon a time.
Yes. Of course, Penny Bank. Right. Yes.
In fact, that fella, Cyril is a Leatham. See who died.
Oh, Cyril,
yeah. Mr. Leatham's son. Cyril was Mr. Leatham's son. Yes, and he used to be walking up.
Yeah, that's how he was Danny's uncle, right?
Yes.
Danny's uncle. Yeah. Yes. No, we spoke so much about Roso and so on, but about you in terms of the work that you did in the early days. You left school, you started to work where?
I worked at the library. The first place I worked was at the library. And in the civil service, that was the library. And when you hear about preparedness meeting opportunities, that term, that was me with the library. When I used to go to school on a Saturday, when at the library, I would go, and the girls who used to work there, on Saturday afternoons, I would just be the one changing books for the children, putting up books, putting their cards in their thing, packing the books. So, and I think sometimes the girls who used to work there, she was quite happy I was there, because I was doing all, the thing. I just enjoyed doing it. I knew the system in and out. So I would do that. So once when somebody left, at the same year I left school, then they got in touch with me, because I think it was Sister Nats who was working there, Sister Nats. She was working in the library, and then they wanted somebody, and they said, well, contact Tina. She knows the system already, and that's how I started working. And then transferred to Ministry of Education on the minister's office, that is on High Street. That's where the traffic department is. And then afterwards,
so hold on. So you're telling us that the Ministry of Education was where traffic department is?
Yes, the ministry.
What other ministries were in that area?
You had the public relations office was there. The Prime Minister's office was there. Mr. Libla's office was there. And You had agriculture too. Ministry of Agriculture was also there. So that was really the main ministerial building.
So you had education, agriculture, and the premier.
Minister's office.
Yes.
And well, public relations was part of the Prime Minister's office.
At the time it was premier. In the time it was premier.
Premier, yes.
Yeah.
The premier.
So you were saying that you moved and then you moved where?
And then from there we were the first people who occupied government headquarters. All the people who were working in that building were the first people who went to government headquarters.
Wow. So you're part of history.
Yeah. And Brain, do you remember me at grammar school?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, because from the Ministry of Education, somebody had left grammar school as the headmaster's secretary, and I was transferred. So I know Hartley was at grammar school in those years.
Yeah,
He was at grammar school in those years.
No, she called me Hartley. So she knows me.
So she knows you as Hartley. So let me ask you, was Hartley coming to the principal office often?
No. Adams H. That's how they used to refer to the students. Adams H. That was Mr. Goff, who was the principal at the time.
Adams H.
That's how we call
Adams
it.
H.
She still remembers.
Wow.
Adams H.
What would you remember of Adam H?
Adams, I never know Adams coming for caning, so that's one good thing. He never came for caning.
What about sports?
He was a good boy.
Was a good boy? Adams, you're a good boy?
He never came
Adams
for caning.
H.
Adams H, they called me at the time.
Wow.
Yeah, Adams.
What about sports? Was he involved in sports?
Well, he was there because who was it? Arthur James, right? Arthur James.
Arthur James was the sports master.
He was the sports master. So he would be, Yeah. I remember that, and a lot of other fellas, so many fellas. And listen to that now, Cecil. When I was at grammar school, a lot of those little boys used to think they were my age, You
serious?
Yeah, man. Young, She's a beautiful girl, You're a young, beautiful chick,
So you never try to pass that?
No. The boys, they were very, very disciplined. But I mean, she was a good-looking woman.
Wow. I like that. And the way Adams is saying it, Someone's on the telephone. Let's see what the person has to say. Good evening to you, caller.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, I just want to say good night to Tina.
Hi. Who's this?
Who is this?
Iris Andre for Zabo.
Iris! But I call your name, Did we say about Zabo?
Yes.
Today I called your name and I said Zabo, Iris was. Those are the people in Zabo at Zabo.
Yes, and we read together in Old Miller poems or stories.
Wow.
Oh, Frances and you that read together. Frances.
Yes. And yes.
Frances,
yes.
Tina, I'm the older one. Frances is my cousin, but they used to think we were sisters.
Oh.
Frances used to do all the poems and the stories for Independence time. My stories were on Facebook the other day.
Yeah.
Does it, Iris?
Iris for Zabo, yes.
Iris for Zabo, not Tina Bell. I'm sitting right at Kenfield where you in your home.
In my home.
You're sitting where?
Not Tina Bell?
Yeah, that's Tina Bell.
Yes, I never lived at Kenfield.
I'm at Kenfield where from your grandfather or your father I got the home. Yes.
No?
Yes, I'm at where is your name? I saw in the house and I got it Tina Bell.
Yes, Tina Bell. No, I never lived at Kenfield. No, Iris used to live on Valley Road. The road to the
Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, Roberts.
Oh,
yes, but I saw your name was on it before.
So Tina apparently did Ashley lived in Kenfield?
No. No. Never lived in Kenfield.
How did I live in from?
But anyway, I know Iris.
Yes,
Anyway, I know
and she knows you well.
Iris goes back from way back.
Thank
You know?
Thank you, Iris.
Iris, I want to ask you a question.
Yes. Who am I speaking to there right now?
Tina.
Tina, yes. But
You remember Matilde? Remember Matilde?
Of course, Davina's
grandmother. Yeah. Uh-huh.
She was at the back of our shop there.
Right. And Matilde, I remember as a child, she used to have a little dog that used to hold a little basket in its mouth.
Yes.
That used to go and make the messages for her. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Davina's grandmother, Wilma.
Yes.
Yes. She used to have the little dog.
Yes. So you see, Cecil, I remember things from way back.
Way back. Yes, way back.
Yes.
I can imagine.
Yes.
Thanks, Iris.
Yes.
All right.
And all
Iris, nice talking to you.
Yes.
Because I was living opposite Val Coffee and then Val in a bond there. But
you wasn't born there, no. No.
K. Laurel, Lawrence, and then yes.
Yes.
Okay,
All right, thanks. Yes. Wow. So good memory. You know, the shocking one was Mr. Coffee living in Henry's house. You know, and I think someone sent a message to say yes, that's a fact. As a fact, I think one of Val's sisters said that is true. You know, I think earlier
it's
on.
Romualda, maybe.
Hyacinth, yeah, Romualda Hyacinth said
Okay.
that is a fact. You know.
I remember there. Mm-hmm.
No, Tina. What else do you remember of Roso?
So many things. I'm telling you, when I think of going down Roso, man, I tell you, you walking down King George Fifth Street and all the little things you've seen, all the my Henry, where we used to buy our little tambourine charm
And unbreakable.
Fawin cocoa.
And unbreakable.
Right? We used to say unbreakable, you know?
Yes, he used to say unbreakable.
And then I would say, look at that now. You up here in the States, or even now, maybe not only in the States, and everybody's so particular about sharing a drink and sharing a bite, taking a bite. You know, you used to buy unbreakable. How many people used to take a taste in it?
Because you see, it could have been broken, so we had to suck it. So everybody take a little suck.
You unbreakable. You take a suck,
Yes.
your friend take a suck, you know?
and when Lollipop first came, we used to do that too, you know.
Yes.
When Lollipop came, everybody taking a little suck, you know.
taste.
Yes.
You're taking a little taste, you know?
Yes, and nobody was thinking about getting sick.
Take the unbreakable, you're eating paper and all because you can remove the paper from it.
So Farin Cocoa, let's talk a little bit about Farin Cocoa. You said about Farin Cocoa, and I lived in an area on Fields Lane. My immediate neighbor, Miss Mary. I don't even know Miss Mary.
Miss Mary, yes. I never used to go at Miss Mary now.
You know, well, Miss Mary was my immediate neighbor, and
Okay.
I used to eat that Farin Cocoa every day. I mean, she was the grandmother of the Dorivals, like Ricky Dorival. Miss Mary was an elderly lady in my time. She was an elderly lady.
Yeah.
Very.
She
elderly.
never not the one on Constitution Hill.
No, the one on Constitution had a big boom boom.
Yes.
That is Affin's auntie or nene or something to Affin.
No. And Affin auntie was the lady that used to live on Hillsborough Street, and she used to live next to my Henry, but she didn't have any bobo. No.
No, I didn't say about bobo. Big boom boom. Big boom boom, I said.
Oh, big boom boom. Oh, I think you say.
No, big boom boom. Yes. You know, I remember having a shot.
Yeah.
You know, and a boom was, and it's right up in the air, you know.
In the air.
And one step at a time, one step at a time.
Let's
You know, you remember that? Yeah. She used to live underneath a cellar.
Under the cellar.
Under the cellar. You remember that? Tina? Underneath the cellar.
Right. Fellas
On the hill there.
Fellas,
Constitutional Hill.
Yeah. You know
What
what,
is that
fellas?
my Henry used to be with?
Yes, that's where my Henry used to be
Henry
living.
V, yeah, man.
Yeah, I said you go underneath the cellar,
Under the cellar.
to buy your cocoa, to buy your
Farin
tablet.
Cocoa and your tablet.
You know,
Yes, right?
You remember a lady by the name of who could I forget the boy? Mamili.
Mary?
Mamili. She lived in Pong. You know a guy they call Jotex?
No.
At least you forget something. Mamili used to be living in Pong. Yeah. She used to be selling not farin cocoa tablets, coconut cheese, Max and those things in front of the cinema. You know.
I know the lady.
So yes, Tina. So tell us some of the characters that you remember in Roso.
Oh, but I remember so many characters. I remember they saw a man called Akuras when I was small. Akuras. They had
Akuras was when you were small, but I remember Akuras.
No, I don't think you know Akuras. Akuras.
I can't remember Akuras now.
Akuras was in your time.
I'm telling you, so you think I 50 years then?
No. But the thing is, I don't think Akuras.
Only there's a second Akuras.
They had Akuras. They had Simbot.
Yes, I know Simbot.
What you say? This
Solo sang a song on him.
Sky Stages. You had
Ugly Willie.
You had Ugly Willie, of course. You know Ugly Willie.
You had Harold.
You had Harold. You had people that used to go.
No, not Harold. Not Harold. Please, not Harold. No. It's Harold.
Harold. Yes, Harold.
Yes. You couldn't say Harold.
Tell you. My grandfather told me he knew Harold before he went to England, you know. Harold was an okay man, you know. Harold was an okay man before he went to England. He said Harold used to work on the bayfront, on the port, right? You know the bayfront was in Roso,
yes,
right?
Yes.
So he said Harold used to work on the port. He knew Harold, an okay man. It's when he came from England, he came with his jacket and top hat and stuff like that. And then afterwards, he got mad and this was just, walking around. They said he had sent money for a house to be built and somebody stole the money.
Wow.
So that is one of the reasons why he was, he came like that. Then you had the people who used to go around, old police, get your own island paper. He used to talk.
Salate fumem.
And you had Sando P, who used to go around and ring the bell. Ole. Water will go at 10 o'clock. Full your pipe, full your basin, full your pocham, full your po, full everything. Right? That was Sando P. Then you had other fellas like...
What about King Kaka?
Patrick King Kaka, right?
Yes.
They had Patrick King Kaka too.
Yes.
But Patrick maybe lives somewhere down around...
Hillsborough Street?
Hillsborough Street also.
Yes, yeah, by where this medical place is there? Hasbro?
By Hasbro?
Yes, Hasbro. Yes.
Okay. Because you had... The other day I heard somebody talk about Errol Marco, tall Errol Marco, You had Errol. You had, Muzi. These were of late. Muzi. And there were quite a few of those. We had... I remember we had...
Who was Prince? Who was Prince?
Prince?
Mm-hmm.
Prince. We had one called...
Someone tell me Prince. I don't know. Someone just tell me Prince.
I can't remember Prince. I can't remember one called
Akuras. Someone tell me Akuras was a wrong tongue.
Akuras. That's one I call it Akuras.
Yes. Somebody said Prince Mako. That maybe a recent one.
That's a recent one.
Yeah, that's not in the old days.
That's not the old days.
Recent, but that wasn't in time growing up.
What about that? What about the female one, Diana Worm?
Diana Worm. But let me tell you something, Cecil. Diana wasn't always like... I didn't know her. I always know her drinking rum. Mm-hmm. My grandmother said when Diana was a young lady, she used to go to Barbados. She used to do huckstering. Maybe that's not what they call it in the days. But she used to go to Barbados to do her thing. And my grandmother used to give her money to buy stuff for her in Barbados and bring it back. Because Barbados was the more elite place than Dominica. And they used to have nice things. And she would give her money. And Diana would bring it back for her. She was a good-looking lady. She said, you know,
Yes,
tall,
she was. Dark.
good-looking.
Yes. As a matter of fact, where I lived on Fields Lane, she lived on Upper Lane. Our house, you remember this guy, real Fred John Baptist, Alan John Baptist?
Yes.
Right. So they were living on top. Diana, there was another lady they called Helen Tousse from Cassie Bruce. Well, she was right below Helen Tousse's home on Upper Lane. But our side of our house was Fields Lane. So Diana lived right there by John Bully. By John Bully.
Yes. John Bully there,
right
by
yes.
Finn Bully.
Yes, I am seeing her. I'm seeing her as we speak. What about V8? Many people forget V8.
V8, when you see they used to play cricket in the gardens, and V8 used to go, and when he's starting and he asks you for your ticket, ask people for their ticket, you know, and V8 had a way of trumpeting, you know, his voice or something of this sort. V8 was another character.
Oh yes, V8 wasn't easy. I mean, especially when he started these commentaries, you know, he was easy. You know?
Talking about the gardens and cricket, they used to have when we used to live together on the wicket, the pitch. Man, they had one heavy roller, and do you know a man named Calorie? Calorie is a man who used to roll that thing up and down on the pitch to keep it flat. You know.
Let's take a call quickly. Good evening.
Pues Mosuni.
Pues Mosuni. Oh, it's not Prince. It's Pues, man. Pues
Mosuni.
It wasn't right, Prince. Pues Mosuni.
Yeah, but they say Prince in English. Pues Mosuni.
My name is Pues. My name is Pues. Yes. Yes, thanks to Chicago. Pues.
Yeah, man.
Pues Mosuni. Yes. That's true. But in those days, I had a lot of character.
Who sneeze? Don't sneeze. He went and sneezed. He lost his nose.
Who sneeze? Don't sneeze.
Not to sneeze.
Don't sneeze.
He lost his
and
nose.
He lost his nose.
Why? He looks so fast, boy.
Good evening to you, caller.
Yes. Iris Capula.
Yes. Iris Capula. She was a femme fall.
Yes.
And they had another woman again they used to call Stevie Daw. She had a piece of nose too. And all the curl used to come down from the thing. Stevie Daw, yes.
I can't remember Stevie Daw. Maybe
that's not your time. That's not in your time.
I can't remember Stevie Daw.
By the way, do you remember those characters in those days that would take the lighter to go on those boats?
The women?
Yeah, man, there were quite a few women.
The 11 sisters?
Not the 11 sisters, they were characters. Every time a big boat come, they go on the boat.
We're not calling any name. But do you know of the 11 sisters?
The 11 sisters, right?
Yes, you remember the 11 sisters?
Sisters, they used to say in those days.
You remember them?
I just knew about the 11 sisters, but I didn't know. I only knew one person. They said that who was one of them, you know, and she had gone overseas, but I didn't really know all of them.
Yeah, but what was their likings?
What? They were just like call girls, I guess.
They were call girls, yeah.
I like that.
What we would today call call girls. They were the call girls of the time.
The old time.
Good evening.
Girls.
Dora Gel Pima.
Oh, Dora Gel Pima. That's in my time, boy.
John Jali. Lakatoon.
Yes.
Lakatoon.
What about Marco there was another character called Marco, you know.
Yes.
Marco, yeah.
Well, as Marco is the Panaconas is his neighbor, you know.
He was his neighbor.
on Hillsborough Street. Yeah. Which other name you know?
I try to think. I can't think of any more now.
Somebody tell me Fanso Bedu. Fanso Bedu.
Oh yeah, Fanso. The fellow used to paint himself all in black around carnival time, and every pipe he see going and be under it.
Oh, so it's called Fanso Bedu.
Fanso Bedu, man, a tall red skin fella, man.
Yes, man. Let me tell you, Fanso's mother Fanso mother was a lady named Fidel, and she used to wash for us on Sundays. Fanso, her name was Fidel. So that's how I know Fanso. Since I small, I know Fanso.
And someone just said that Fanso used to hang out by the Ham and Dixon rum shop.
By Dixon Rum Shop on Bath Road.
Yes. Yeah. No. What about those restaurants in Roso? We used to have Calabash in those early days. Yeah. Remember Calabash?
They used to have Calabash, but let me tell you, the places they had that were kind of really little places that people would go to maybe at night time was Royal Saloon. That was across from Calabash, downstairs that house. They used to have a photography place there at one time. It used to be to Hiram Williams.
Is not where the Shillingfords are living, not the Dr. Shillingford lives?
No, I'm talking about lower down.
Lower down.
You know,
by TD Shillingford area?
No, opposite side of the road from Calabash. They had Fast Auto Supplies.
Okay.
Well, as you're going down, as you're going towards Shillingford.
Like Sims's?
There's that big place where Miss Robin used to live.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Downstairs was Royal Saloon.
Oh, okay.
It was a place you could go there, the jukebox, and put your little 5 cents.
Oh, yes. That little jukebox, 25 cents in my time, by this guy, Charles. What's his name again? He's a Charles. His last name is a Charles. On Kennedy Avenue. Help me. What's his name? Wallix,
yeah. He had a jukebox.
He used to have a jukebox.
Yes.
Suki used to have a jukebox too,
Suki?
Suki used to, forget Suki. Suki had this place on Pottersville by the Savannah. You forget, man?
By St. Francis Place.
That upstairs, that big upstairs, there's a big upstairs and downstairs house on Pottersville by the Savannah.
He had a jukebox?
As a matter of fact, right now, there's a restaurant there.
Yes.
There was a big jukebox there. Suki used to have a jukebox right there.
You
remember that?
Suki do everything, man.
How you didn't know that?
Okay.
How you didn't know that?
Oh, Mr. Do Everything.
Suki. Yes, I remember Suki had his place down at the corner there.
Yes.
He used to sell his bread and things there.
They used to have a shop like a restaurant and everything there. And there's a big upstairs.
But that was Sergeant Francis' house. Can you remember, Brain?
Yes, Brain.
Yes,
Sergeant Francis was living on the other side.
Yes.
Right on the other side, on Potter Street. And Suki,
I remember now.
And Suki, right, and Suki on the road.
The 2 houses, the big one and the little one next to it.
Yes.
One of the Sergeant Francis used to be in the big house with the lady.
And Suki used to have that place there.
Okay.
Afterwards.
Yeah, Suki used to have there. I mean, I'm disappointed in you, man. Good evening to you, caller. Sunshine. Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. I don't know the rest.
Sunshine. You don't know the rest?
You don't know the rest? You don't remember?
You don't carry on the rest? Yeah. Somebody spoke about Sunshine some time ago, in our program.
He was the first fellow who was advocating for gay rights.
Was notorious.
Notorious.
Yeah, first fellow to advocate for gay rights.
Yes, Sunshine. But you forget, man. Boy, Chicago say you don't say the rest.
Some good maths,
Huh?
Some good.
Oh yes.
Yes.
Yeah. He used to do some. As a matter of fact, he used to be living across to that place, Base. What's the name? Across where it's Copel, but there's a name, something Base now. What's the name of that place? On Independence Street, where hotspot is now.
Where they have the tiles.
Right. Where we have the tiles there.
And one day when I called him, he said, you call my name very fine.
Good evening to you, caller.
Yes. Heskif Movie Clock, man.
Heskif Movie Clock. That is Muzi.
Yes.
Heskif Muzi Clock. Yes. Thanks, man, Billy.
Thanks, Billy, man.
Heskif Muzi Clock. The person said that where he was a thanks, Roslyn. It was a Nightbox Disco. Okay. Oh no, not it was. Sorry, Nightbox Disco. Just to remind us, Nightbox Disco. You ever went to a Nightbox Disco?
Not me.
Yes.
No. I never went to Nightbox Disco.
You ever went to Nightbox Disco?
No.
But that was the disco of the time,
right next to me.
Yeah, it was right next to you on Potter Street.
Yeah, the Juice Man had it.
The Juice Man, right? The Juice Man
and
Curtis.
Disco at Trafalgar called Like a Fete.
Oh, you used to be at Like a Fete. It was really expensive. It's really good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Yes.
I am sitting there. I'm sitting there enthralled, and I'm amazed at the memory of Miss Tina.
Yes.
But you all miss something. You all forget in Roso a person they call Texas.
Texas.
Texas
Yes.
the
Baba.
Texas
The Baba. He had a jukebox. A jukebox as little boys would go there.
Yes.
Yeah, Texas.
His
But
first choice.
as Tina knows Roso so well, I asked her if she remember a lady called Maggie Blanc.
But of course, but
Yes, she
I
did.
wrote,
Yes.
I have a whole set of stories I had on Facebook, and I wrote about Maggie Black, and she brought up this
Yes.
guy called Earl de Bernard, right?
Yes. Mhm.
Earl
And
Lipper.
yes. And
Margaret
and the rocks. Yeah. And the rocks live nearby. The rocks. You remember the rocks and them?
I know the rocks live nearby, and
Right
Maggie
nearby.
Black
Yes.
had her,
Yes. Yes.
and so she had, it was like a little strip mall, you know. Downstairs she had
Right. Yes.
shoemaker,
Yes,
and then
right.
she had
Yes.
Mr. Barber, Goldsmith,
Yeah.
you know.
Right. Right. Mm-hmm. So I'm listening to you, and you know I'm a Roso man myself, you know, and hardly
that
anything
talking?
you say, I or names you call, I knew the people, right? Roso man, Roso pong man, yes. Brain would know, brain brother-in-law, so brain would know, past brother-in-law, brain would know who's talking.
Thank you.
Right?
All right.
Hey, brain.
Yeah.
You know,
Thank you.
I know
I
Cecil well. I know Cecil well. Yes, Cecil called Millie. Most people know what Millie. Why? I was informed myself too. I know Millie.
Yes.
You text and Millie.
Yes.
If I'm
My grandmother.
chocolate and right, and and so and those things, and it's good to go down memory lane and remember. Especially a person with such a great memory as Miss Tina. Thank you for bringing back some of those things, right? Those characters in Lagon, Django, and those characters in Lago. Yes, whole Lago was before when they sold the fish and all those things. Yeah, it's good, yeah. And I hope for the young people are listening so they can learn. And for that the history of Dominica. You talk about the five. Cecil, there are 5 bridges in Roso. Cop told you the different, but we are good about
No. The city of Roso is different.
Yeah,
the city of Roso is different.
5 bridges. Yeah.
Right.
Then there's the Buffett Dam, with that Ensol, which should make it 6.
Yes.
Yeah, but at one time, as you know, there was 1 bridge,
Yes.
and I remember the incident with the fireman when that the heavy river. And the fireman was lost, and then we had 1 barrier on the bridge, and then finally. But those have come a long way from 2 to 5.
Yes.
We have come a long way.
From 1 to 5.
It's much better. And about Aasaan, I was a young boy. We lived at Maggie Blanc when Aasaan was built. I remember going there as a young boy and getting involved with a tractor which messed up my toe. Young boy, 6 years ago here, they just opened Aasaan. Yeah, so we know. Yeah, so this is a history, historical facts.
Yes.
And you remember the big fire where ministry was built there. There was the big fire they had in 19, whatever it is.
I was at school at the time when it was the old hospital and that thing
I
was burned.
I was attending the girls' school at that time. And when they talk about girls' school, when we laugh. In fact, I'm a former police officer. When I said at training school I went to the girls' school, the boys laughed. I said, no, at one time the girls' school was integrated. Both boys and girls. So there's sometimes when you tell people that they laugh, or you attended Roso Girls' School. But that year, it got burnt. I remember we were there, and it was so intense. It melted the paint opposite by the pond there, the paint on those buildings was melted. I remember that heat was so intense. Yeah, so therefore, and then they built that the government headquarters. And then the old police station. I remember only police station was being built at the time. The Ocean Party said the government was building a hotel for police officers. I also remember that. I don't know if you remember that, Tina. They said they were building a hotel for police officers.
When the headquarters was being built, it was a man called Jack something that was the contractor.
Yes, Mr. Jack. He lived at Enzol. Mr. Jack. I think he came from wherever he came and he built.
Overseas, when government headquarters has been built, they used to call it. This is the house that Jack built.
Jack built, right? Yes. Headquarters. So therefore, I'm happy to hear memories. And one thing you said, the house at Enzol, it was the Bontins. I just remember that the structure is still there. Etienne had that building, right? And then Mr. Etienne had afterwards, but it was the Bontins.
Yes. No, Cecil. He talk about
when Hurricane David.
He's still there. He's still there.
Oh, sorry.
The ostriches who built, remember the ostriches who built that River Deuce?
Yes.
And then Hurricane David killed all of them. All those memories there. So thank you again, yes. And Cecil, is a great program.
Thank you.
Very good program.
Thank you.
Great program. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good night.
Good night.
Yeah. Good night.
Yeah.
Good night.
Jennifer and Annie Fedel said that Paulie Green owned Calabash. Hiram Williams is my uncle. That is Juanita Jones said Hiram Williams is my uncle. Cheryl Laffo said there was Manikou, Mapashiwok.
Yeah, Mapashi.
And Hillsborough.
Mr. Pashiwok too.
Yes.
Manikou was the place of Jennifer. I've been there too. Jennifer and Fidel, her father, Mr. Karam, Ayub Karam.
Makaram?
Manikou up at Trafalgar.
Yes, at Trafalgar. Yes, Manikou.
Yes.
That was an elite.
Yes.
I can tell you, it was an elite.
No, but she was going to those big places, the ladies of an.
No, I'm saying the Manikou.
Oh yeah, that's
the Manikou wasn't for my mother and father, in those days, I mean, they would maybe go there for Christmas time.
Yeah, but
take all of their money for the year and make sure because at that time it was whiskey. It was Red Label. In those days, Red Label, and Red Label, not anybody would able to take that. Now Shepherd Pond said that first man to have an earring in his ears, that must be Sunshine.
Sunshine. Oh yes,
he must be talking about Sunshine.
Sunshine, yeah.
Alice Williams said, "Hallelujah, praise God, amen." I wonder why she said that. Now Juanita Jones also said, my daddy had one in his bar on Upper Lane. Then he moved to Ship Lane. I wonder, who is that?
Oh, that is police. He was Mr. Jones. He was like, I think he used to be police years ago, but he used to walk a bulky, a strapping man.
Vary man. He had a Vary. Very. Let's go to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, I got Cecil, Red and Tina.
Yes.
Hey.
A good connection. Tina, I hear you bring back memories, and I think that was a timely choice to have you tonight, because the person will not win. And just like many other persons, you started, you spoke about the man who liked a pet, and then you came down to the lower part, but I know the program is still on. I've just summarized quite a few things you said. I just want to put a little step to the step. Your building, for sure. I know that was adjacent to the Christians, Gabriel Christian and the brothers, the family.
Oh, they lived in Boyd's family. Yeah, that's my house where I grew up. That is it in its older stages.
Yeah, I know that. And there was Mr. Frenchy.
Across the road, the Christians. Huh?
Yeah, across the road, there was Mr. Frenchy, who used to sell all the popsicles.
Yes.
And I don't know, I am assuming that Gabriel brother, one of his eldest brothers, Sam, I think it's Dr. Sam Christian, he was nicknamed Popsicle. I don't know because of his physical frame, or probably he had too much popsicles from Mr. Frenchy. So I have to explore it and find out why. Secondly, there was that building next to you. It became the House of Roof, a fraternal lodge.
That's the lodge.
That was associated, yeah. House of Roof, yeah. Next to your building. That was the only two buildings on that side of the street.
Yes, yeah.
With the mist surrounding the building and the lodge. Weren't you guys afraid at night? Number three, I'm talking about Aasaan. That magnificent edifice that is still standing tall and growing in Roso. I think it's a wonderful thing. But the very notable fact about that building, it was next to the police station before it turned around to what it is now. And that back door of Aasaan was the opening of the police station. So all those who were when they're shoplifting, there was no need for police transportation or police jeep or bus. It was right inside on the front desk.
So just walk in then.
The Beryl, you spoke about the Beryl. One of our local entrepreneurs. I think, what about Joe Winnick? He was the father of Vincent Winnick.
On Fizzlin.
He had a little shipping enterprise, and he occupied a lot of land between Cox Street and Fizzlin. And as I think about Cox Street, there was the Brook, Jackie Brook and his parents. I heard they owned a lot of land, but jokingly speaking, I would really want to know what happened to all the rental income they received because they never had a toilet. It was only guys to come and they that shade the road up and human, you know? I said, I put a little pep in the step. I only talk about Sergeant Francis. You saw him riding a horse, but I never saw him riding a horse. But what I learned about him, when he was doing his official duties, roving the streets of Roso, he used to appear as a big dog. Tell me about that.
But before you go, we were talking about characters.
And the whole bridge.
Hold on.
That resulted, during the loss of the firefighter. I can vividly recall that it was during the passage of Hurricane Dorothy when we had high waters and the bridge got stuck and someone was crossing the bridge at the time, and the rest is history.
No, before you go.
At
Two things.
Before it was built, it was part of the state prison. Because I can barely recall there was a library, and we actually used to go there and help Mr. John, who was transferred later to the Teachers College. And I think likely that's where he must have retired prior to his death or whatever it is. But there was that little library out there.
But before you go...
And that's what I have to say.
Hold on.
You can give me a little hint of my old script.
No, hold on.
Nice having you. Thanks for sharing the information. I want to say, good program.
But
keep it rolling.
Rennick. I want two things I want to ask you. We were talking about characters. You had a character, your neighbor, Hilma. You remember? You remember? Rennick is gone?
He's gone.
Yes, he's gone.
I was going to ask Rennick to tell us about a little bit about Hilma. I mean, everybody in Cox Street
Wilma
would know about Wilma. You know, you get up in the morning, Wilma have to make noise. In the afternoon, at lunchtime, Wilma have to make noise. In the night time, you go and sleep, Wilma have to make noise. Right. You know what I mean? She had a beautiful son by the name of Curtis. He was a good musician. Right. You know? But Hilma used to just... You know, terrorize Cox Street.
Right, but I'm going to tell you one.
And hold on. They used to. I wanted him to tell us about the thing that he used to bring at school.
Yes, I somewhat lost the connection.
Yes,
that's why I was saying conclusively to ask Tina because she had a short stint in Cox Street, so I guess she can associate herself with some of the characters. We had quite a few. We had the Burton, their family. And part of my family also.
Yes. Burton, yes.
That's my family.
You had this Wilma. We had quite a few. That was I think that was like Palestine and Jerusalem. That's how I can put it.
So, Rennick, don't go yet. You're right. Because the Burton is on the north.
Boy, yes.
And on the south, you had Hilma. And when these two start,
the Gaza Strip, man.
When them two start, not even gunshot could stop them. So they're real characters.
But one thing about it is, Wilma Peace was a relative of mine they used to call Ted Coach from Miss Irene, Wilfred Jacques.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you can remember Wilfred Jacques. They used to call him Ted Coach from Miss Irene.
Wilfred in Mont Prosper?
Beyond Mont Prosper. The Jacques man, long copy. That's our family.
Yes.
I can recall Irene, there was that man she named about Hiram. Hiram brought some pigs by Miss Irene. You know, Irene Pelty was a notable woman.
Yes.
In a time.
Mm-hmm.
So he brought some pigs there. And one of the pigs happened to escape when beneath the cellar, and it landed by Ted Kosher on his property, and that was history.
Cut the neck.
He chopped the neck, for him to make salty. He hid the neck in a suitcase. and the rest he put it he put it alongside the sidewalk. So when police came, they found the rest of the carcass and everything there. But when they went to look for the head, they found the head in the suitcase. And when one police asked him, what's your name? He said, my name is Wilfred Jacques, and they asked me to spell it because he couldn't spell it. Anyway, have a good one.
And then also too, Renick, your mother and auntie were very much involved in really creating a nice snack for children at school.
Culinaries, yes.
Ice pop and things. So.
No. Tablet.
I always say, Cecil, without intervention, that creative minds and hands, and it's unfortunate that the secret has not been revealed. Although a lot of people try to make something of cheese, but the real ingredients they don't know about.
You have it.
It's unfortunate I can't share it.
But you have it. But do it.
I know it. I have it.
But do it.
Well, do it, man.
Do it.
People put a lot of stuff. People put that's what price I'm going to put on that. When we were selling that, it was penny. Then it went to 2 for 5 cents. People refused to pay. Then it went 10 cents. They were still making noise. When I'm going to sell that, for all that heat, coconut, no brother. Let that stay where it is. Sorry.
but
that can me.
But Rennie.
But the program is very interesting. Yeah, I like it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
That's my 2 cents.
Thanks. Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, I Renix.
Yeah. Beno Pascal is watching. David Montana is watching. Goldie Williams says, great program. Cecil Shimmer John is watching. Philip Hotspot says, Miss Pooney.
Oh, yes.
Was a famous name in Roso.
Brennan Puljau.
Yes, Chichi.
Another
character.
Oh, he could speak English.
Oh, yes. Chichi wasn't easy. Someone said, my grand auntie used to live in Pong. The children would make fun of her after school. She recite every fruit or vegetables in a category: fig, dashin, yam, pear. Was that cochon? Is that? She translated, but she was, and we cannot say more. It's so small. And I'm trying to see all of what they're actually writing there. I'm loving the show. She has a great memory. I learned much from her. No. Rennick said you had a little something in a little history in Cork Street. What's that about?
Oh no, I lived in that apartment after when I decided I get big woman. I rented my apartment. Mm-hmm. So I live in Cork Street. Is that building before the corner? I think there's a hairdresser, some beauty thing there now downstairs, but I lived upstairs.
Where in Cork Street? Where which part of Cork Street? The hairdresser corner?
Just before the corner, where they have that big house at the corner where the lady who was 100 years lived, Mrs. Joseph lived.
You're talking about corner of Independence Street and Cork Street.
Yes. Upstairs.
That big house where Miss Martin used to be living.
So I lived in the house before it.
Oh, okay. Oh, that little where that black girl has the hairdresser. Evelina.
Yes, so I live upstairs. Yeah.
Oh, you live upstairs. And the time that this girl at the time maybe you lived there, that girl Jennifer Coffee herself was doing her business downstairs.
No, there was when I lived there was a nurse living downstairs.
Oh, a nurse, all right. And at the time Bunting had a shop there.
Who?
Bunting had a shop there at the time, I think, that period. There was a shop in that area. I remember the shop was there.
Malaron was next door.
Oh, okay. I know that there was a shop in that.
That's a nice place where she lived.
Yes, upstairs.
That's elite place, man.
Well, in that area, that quarter of that area there was an elite, because Ma Martin, I think she's family to Mr. D.K. Burton.
Yes.
She was living. His mother. She was living upstairs. Downstairs had the guy at the Royal Bank.
Right.
Mr.
Yes.
I'm trying to remember his name. He worked at the Royal Bank. He was in management at the Royal Bank. Mr. Roberts, I think that's his name. Mr. Louis. That's correct, Mr. Louis. And you had Dickie Burton on the other side. You had Jackie's mother. You know, living next door. You know,
man,
and you had Winston, Mr. Winston.
Yes.
You know, on Cock Street and Queen and Independence Street now.
That was
where they now build that new building where Venus used to be. Then you had the Dorivals on the other side before the Credit Union.
So the Credit Union was there. Mm-hmm.
So and then you had the Lockets right behind.
Oh yeah,
so also you really lived. So you really lived the life. It looks like Tina.
You live a life, man.
You live the life. You found yourself going to the places that you know that you'll be welcome. You didn't go to the places where people have to say, well, I have to go and get King Kaka today. Or I don't have water, I have to go in the sandpipe to get water. Ou pate kon sa, yes. Pate kon sa.
But let me tell you about, you see somebody who said about Maggie Blah.
Yes.
At the corner there. Maggie Blah, the corner of King George V Street and Queen Mary Street or Independence Street, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's that big building that's there now. It's a big building there now.
Yes. Right. Yeah.
At the corner. Opposite is Mrs. Boyd, Alex Boyd Knight's office, right?
Yes.
Opposite.
Mm-hmm.
Now the house before it is a 2-story building.
On Independence Street?
No, on
King George.
On the corner of Constitution Hill there.
Okay, yes. Oh, okay, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Alex Boyd Knight's office is at the corner there. Mm-hmm. The house before it is a 2-story building.
Yes.
When you had Jennifer Aasaan with you, she was talking about the murder that took place downstairs that building.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that murder. I was at home actually, and you could see the crowd down the road. It was a guy by the name of Cuthbert that killed his girlfriend. Her name was Miss Lee. She was going to England. She was trying to get away from him. And she told her friend, she confided in her friend. And the friend must have gone back and told the boyfriend. And he killed her in that shop there.
Wow.
Remember Jennifer Aasaan was telling you she saw all the blood and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see it?
Well, the part of the blood I saw was when, after that had happened, they must have taken the woman. The only thing that was passing was a tractor with the wagon at the back from Elrose and Company. But they said they put her body in it to take it up to the hospital, right? And then when that wagon was going up to Bath Estate, I was in our window at home, one of the windows of the house. And I saw that tractor with all that blood at the back of it. You know, they had to bring it up now to the thing. I guess they hose it down, scraped it, whatever. But there was so much blood at the back of it. Mm. That is what I saw of the murder. You know, a lot of blood.
Angelo Allen is watching.
Mm-hmm.
Annette Massicott is also watching. Jean Abbey. She said she saw it. Jean Abbey. She said that she saw. I wonder what she meant by this. Jean, you can call us. You still have some time. You can call us to tell us.
Maybe the murder.
Yeah, she can call us and tell us. Someone said, good memory. Whoa, enjoying it. So it means that you're really giving us a field time tonight. You know? Really
but there's so much we haven't even covered. But maybe that's for another time.
Yes. What did we not cover?
Well, we kind of covered a lot of stuff, you know, and whatever, but I'm to say, yeah, basically, a lot of things are wrong, you know?
No, Tina, as a girl growing up, you know, what are some of the things that you told yourself that you really wanted to do?
I really wanted to be, I just don't even know. But the thing about me is that I always had an imaginative mind. I imagined a lot of things, and I think I was ahead of my time in a way. And the other thing is, we grew up where I always talk about my grandfather, my grandparents. He would always buy books for us. I grew up with books. So we had a library at our home. So we just went to the library for fun, but I grew up reading books. I always had an imaginative mind. I would he would always make sure we spoke properly. You know, we didn't have to speak no kind of halfway English. That was with your friends. You understand? But we had to speak properly. We just grew up kind of structured, you know, and
Creole.
when I went to
Creole. What about Creole? You all spoke Creole in your house?
well, listen to me. My grandmother, we never spoke. My grandfather couldn't speak Creole, but my grandmother could speak Creole, but she never spoke Creole to us. We had a lady who used to watch for us, a lady who used to work for us. She would speak Creole to her, but I understood Creole very early.
Hold on, very early. Hold on.
Very early.
Just hold on a while. Let's take that call quickly. Good evening.
Hi, good evening.
Good
Tina,
evening.
can you remember somebody by the name of
By the name of what?
By the name of Tommy.
Tommy.
Mm-hmm.
Tommy?
Tommy.
Tommy.
Mm-hmm.
Which Tommy? Tommy.
Tommy from Vickers?
That's right.
She smiled.
No? He had a Volkswagen car.
He had a Volkswagen car?
My brother.
Her brother?
No?
Well, help her.
So tell me what your name now.
What is my name?
Mm-hmm.
Your name now. You said Tommy.
Tommy Thomas. He was a school teacher. He had a green Volkswagen car. He was your boyfriend.
My boyfriend, Tommy Thomas.
Fine.
You sure you'll be right, Tina? You sure you'll be right, Tina? I don't know Tommy Thomas.
Sapong.
You have the wrong Tina. not that Tina.
Very interesting.
No. I would have remembered.
Yes.
No. Anyway, no.
So what are the books that you read?
Oh, well, when I grew up, the books we had, I read Enid Blyton. You know, you always had to have the Bible stories. We had little a lot of Enid Blyton, because Enid Blyton was the author of the day. You used to read that. And then we had little fiction, not fiction, like facts, books on facts. We had things like, I remember we had this book about trees, about the forest, about a little science, a little something, but more stories of enjoyment, you know?
Okay.
More stories of enjoyment.
No, Tina, I want to, someone says that no one can go to bed until the end. What a night of refreshing memory. I remember all of those days. I remember the night when, was that Rolly Libla was shot at the Calabash restaurant in 1970.
Oh, I remember that too. I remember that night.
I was a young boy when that happened, you know,
Yeah.
and so many things were said about the guy that saw. We don't know the facts. You know the guy because the guy lived in Virginia, right?
Mm-hmm. I know. Well, the guy who saw, I don't know, but the guy they said who shot him, I knew, because wasn't he a guy who went down during Hurricane Maria? The thing took him away.
Yes,
the guy
he died. He died during Hurricane Maria. We're not calling names.
I remember the guy who got shot. He was such a young, handsome guy. You know what I mean?
And then they said someone saw, the guy in Vigilance saw, and that he...
But the guy in Virgin Lane now, they said he saw, and you know what happened to that guy?
Yeah.
He just got mad, you know.
He just got mad. He went off. He was a tailor, as a matter of fact. The guy was a tailor himself.
Is he still alive? Is he still alive?
I have not seen him for a long time. So I don't know. I don't want to say that he's dead and he's alive. I don't want to say that he's alive and he's dead.
You know, let me tell you, when I work at government headquarters, that guy, Calabash, had at the top of government headquarters, on the top floor, was a little restaurant, you know, and it was run by Calabash. And this guy, he used to be there, and then he used to do he used to work at Calabash, he used to do some nice drink mixes, because he's the first person who taught me and some of us there how to do juicy with evaporated milk. And that is a nice drink.
Yes. as you're saying that, do you remember KB?
KB?
Yeah.
KB drink?
Yes.
Of course. KB drink. I remember KB drinks and it was nice. You know, I remember KB drink and I remember Tri Hill drink. Tri Hill was Jennifer Hill's grandmother's drink.
Jennifer Hill?
I'm Jennifer Astaford.
Oh, Jennifer Astaford, yes.
Grandmother,
Yes.
Trifina Hill, had this little juicy, this little sweet drink place.
But KB own was, I mean, it's Karam beverage. That's what actually.
Yes, no,
Karam
KB
beverage.
was Karam beverage.
Yes,
and it was on Bath Road.
Yes.
In the yard there.
Where I think right now Peter Karam has
it's in the same property.
free building, free story building. I think in that area. Yes,
that was the Karam property.
Yeah,
and they used to have the big thing, you know, washing their bottles. And you know what? In those days, people used to go to people's homes to find out if they had any bottles in their yard. They would take the bottles and they would wash them with the kind of thing. Clean them
Swizzle.
up.
With the swizzle.
Yeah.
Yes. And they would go and sell that for 10 cents.
Yes, we.
And KB, I mean, who missed KB drink? They missed a real drink. Let's take that last caller. Good evening, caller, quickly.
I have been laughing. I've been laughing because the last lady that called got some humor. That gentleman that she named, Tommy Thomas, I think that's an uncle of mine.
Imagine when she called. Hold on. Okay, go ahead.
Let me pursue. And she said one thing that was really true is that yellow Volkswagen. I know that there was a yellow Volkswagen next to the old bridge. Yeah, just across, I'm adjacent to the 7 Days Adventist. The person was a photographer and he owned a yellow Volkswagen.
But that's not Tommy Thomas. That's not Tommy Thomas.
That's not Tommy Thomas.
No. I think it's mistaken, but from what I know, the love of a life, I would say, on the yellow VW Volkswagen. Just for clarification. Go ahead, Papa. Go ahead, it's all yours.
When she said Volkswagen, I thought that's what she was going to say, you know. You understand?
Tommy Thomas was a brother, I think, of Tyrell Thomas.
Of who?
Of Tyrell Thomas, I think.
Yeah, it wasn't the guy. Wasn't the guy.
I
know the guy.
Tyrell.
I know the guy with the yellow Volkswagen. Not him.
Yes.
Oh.
So she.
No, I can remember that Tommy Thomas, and I remember in so many things tonight. I will not forget. I will remember Tommy Thomas. You know, I can remember that.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe she has the wrong person.
Maybe that's true. You know.
I wouldn't say no. You know, or whatever.
Yeah. So, I had a very fun time with you tonight.
You had a what?
A very fun time with you tonight.
Oh, I did too, you know. Oh my goodness, it was fun. I enjoyed every part of it.
It was refreshing. I learned quite a lot. Some things that I did not know, I got to know. Strange but true. I myself, I do quite a lot of research of my beautiful country.
Right.
You said something that I really did not know of, you know, and I'm very happy that you were able to help us to have a clear mind of some things. I mean, I could have spoken to you much longer. It's 11 o'clock now, so we really have to say bye-bye. Yes, that's when you're having good times, that's what happens.
Right.
Yes,
I wanted to ask one last question before we leave.
Tell me.
You told us that you saw certain names on the cactus tree. Did you see anything in the bamboo house?
I've never been to the bamboo house now.
But you
I wasn't a bamboo house girl.
You know what I tell somebody?
Yeah.
One of my favorite.
But I saw your name there, though, Cecil.
I said to someone, right? I said to someone, one of my favorite hotels in growing up. My favorite hotel in growing up was the Green Grass Hotel.
Yeah, right.
The Green Grass Hotel.
Yeah, I know.
You know where the Green Grass Hotel is?
Gardens.
No, you know where the Green Grass Hotel is?
Where is it?
Huh?
Where's the Green Grass Hotel? The bamboo house?
The Green Grass Hotel as a boy growing up.
Right.
I mean, every boy went to the gardens.
Yeah.
The Green Grass Hotel.
Yeah. But you're right, Tina. The cactus had quite a number of names. When I was going to grammar school, I saw the names, some of them. But also, I also visited the bamboo house to see many other names that was not written on the cactus. So, but I did say we had a very wonderful show tonight. I did enjoy your company.
I enjoyed you guys. Thanks for having me, and the interaction from the audience, from the viewers, from the onlookers was great, I really had a good time. Okay?
Yes, I too had a very beautiful time with you, Tina.
Yes.
I got more than I actually
bargained for.
I must say, it was really entertaining. I liked your demeanor, your composure, and
a memory.
And your memory.
Yes,
and you could speak on almost everything. It was, for me, really refreshing. I want to say thank you. Your last words, Tina.
My last words is I think I'm just going to repeat what I said, that thanks for having me on the program. I enjoyed everything, and I do say you helped me in, pushing the conversation on. And thanks again, Adams H.
Thank you very much, man.
From now on, I'm going to call you Adam H.
Thank you, ma'am.
So thanks to everybody. I just enjoyed my evening, right? I'm not even tired. Only lapa wall still.
Only lapa wall still?
Yes.
Ubat women. Ubat Adams H.
It's very
Adams H.
The possibility exists that we will come back sometime again with you, because it looks like you have quite a lot more that you could have said. I know that Vado did say to us at the very beginning that you have so much that you can say, and that for people who want to follow Tina, you can follow Tina on Facebook. She normally gives like a history of a space, so you can follow her. As a matter of fact, her sister gave me her information. Her sister said to me, Cecil, the right person for that Lakou program is my sister. And I did call. And I really want to say...
Sandra Bell LaRock.
Yes, Sandra Bell LaRock,
Hi, Sandra and Owen.
Yeah. I like that name. Sandra Bell LaRock. You know what Bell is? Pretty. Sandra Pretty LaRock.
Yes,
in Creole.
Our bell is a ringing bell. B-E-L-L.
B-E-L-L. Okay.
Our bell is the ringing bell.
All right, ringing bell. All right. So, Tina, thank you so very much. And I want to say to you that, again, we should reach out to you sometime in the future. I'm sure maybe another radio station or maybe another person on DBS radio program department maybe want to have a conversation with you sometime. So I just want to say thank you so very much for really entertaining us.
Yeah. Thank you so much for, I'm to say, I felt at ease. I wasn't nervous enough because I'm that kind of person. I'm all saying I didn't be nervous, right? Enjoy the evening with you guys. Okay, good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah,
Bye.
C'est petit qui qu'a fait ouais mais tombé color de guia pesanana tout dit fi wangu mango et les qualités garçons qui qu'a tué Vegas tout ça c'est vite ça